The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Lord, give strength to your people. Bless them with your peace. Even as we pray these words of the psalmist, we do so keenly aware of the poignance of these desires for the Republic of Korea and her people. Grant them, they who are constantly on guard, always prepared to defend against the political instability in their region, and ever at the ready to fight and protect their national integrity, grant them both the physical and moral strength needed to uphold the democracy and stability they hold dear. Bless them and the entire peninsula with a strong peace and common prosperity. Enable the Korean people, including families and loved ones torn apart by different government systems and political ideologies, to make room for the possibility of reconciliation and move closer toward the de-escalation of historic discord. O Lord, strengthen the United States in our commitment to stand shoulder to shoulder with our allies, with His Excellency Yoon Suk-yeol, with the country's political and military leaders, and with its citizens. May we as Americans serve to be partners in building bridges of understanding, advancing dialogue, and securing once for all the blessing of peace for the Korean Peninsula. God, you are our hope for Korea, for East Asia, for our world. Bless us with your peace. In the strength of your holy name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The chair will lead the House in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
After consultation among the Speaker and the majority and minority leaders, and with their consent, the chair announces that when the two houses meet in joint meeting to hear an address by His Excellency Yoon Suk-yeol, President of the Republic of Korea, only the doors immediately opposite the Speaker and those immediately to his left and right will be opened. No one will be allowed on the floor of the House who does not have the privilege of the floor of the House. Due to the large attendance that is anticipated, the rule regarding the privilege of the floor must be strictly enforced. Children of members will not be permitted on the floor. The cooperation of all members is requested. The practice of reserving seats prior to the joint meeting by place cards will not be allowed. Members may reserve their seats by physical presence only following the security sweep of the chamber. Pursuant to the order of the House of Monday, April 17, 2023, the House stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair. The House will come to order.
Mr. Speaker, the Vice President and the United States Senate.
The joint meeting will come to order. The chair appoints as members of the committee on part of the House to escort His Excellent Yoon Sung-yeol into the chamber. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Stefanik. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill. The gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Kim. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McLean. The gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Steele. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentlewoman from Washington, Mr. Blum. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn. The gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Ming. The gentleman from California, Mr. Gomez. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Kim. And the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Strickland.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the Committee on the part of the United States Senate to escort His Excellency Yoon Sung-yeol, President of the Republic of Korea, into the House chamber. The Senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. The Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar. The Senator from Wisconsin, Ms. Baldwin. The Senator from Washington, Mrs. Murray. The Senator from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez. The Senator from Kentucky, Mr. McConnell. The Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The Senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The Senator from Iowa, Ms. Ernst. The Senator from Montana, Mr. Daines. The Senator from Idaho, Mr. Risch.
The members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
Mr. Speaker, the Acting Dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the Republic of Korea.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor to present to you His Excellency Young Sung-yeol, President of the Republic of Korea.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, honorable members of the United States Congress, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear citizens of America, a new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. I stand before that nation with a conviction of freedom, belief in the alliance, and the resolve to open a new future. For 234 years, a Congress has been the symbol of freedom and democracy. This chamber embodies the spirit of Constitution. I'm honored to address the members of Congress and the people of the United States. Thank you, both Democrats and Republicans, for passing the resolution marking the 17th anniversary of the alliance. Your support has dignified my visit. I know that no matter where you sit, you stand with Korea. Over the past century, we have faced many threats, but the U.S. has always led the world in defense of freedom. Imperial nations fought for colonies, and humanity greatly suffered from the two world wars. America righteously stepped in to defend freedom, but it was not without cost. We remember the leadership of General MacArthur and Admiral Nimitz, but more than 100,000 American men and women perished in the Pacific War. Their sacrifice was not in vain. U.S. leadership established the New World Order based on free trade. It brought peace and prosperity throughout the world. But prosperity was limited to free market economies where communist totalitarian nations did not participate. The world was divided into democratic and communist blocs. In 1950, the Korean Peninsula was on the front line. The Soviet Union helped to rearm North Korea. North Korea's surprise attack threatened the peace on the Korean Peninsula and Asia. Korea's freedom and democracy were on the brink. At that decisive moment, the U.S. did not look the other way. Korean and American soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder and fought bravely. Tales of our heroes were written. General MacArthur caught the enemy off guard with the landing of Incheon and turned the tides of the war. Operation Chromite was one of the greatest decisions ever made in the history of war. The U.S. 1st Marine Division miraculously broke through a wave of 120,000 Chinese troops at the Battle of Lake Changjin. Sons and daughters of America sacrificed their lives to defend a country they never knew and the people they never met. In the Battle of Lake Changjin alone, 4,500 American service members lost their lives. Over the course of the war, almost 37,000 U.S. soldiers fell. The late Colonel William Weber fought in the battle for Hill 3 to 4 in Wonju. He lost his right arm and leg. Yet, this American hero dedicated his life to honoring the noble sacrifice made by the Korean War veterans. Today, we are honored to have his granddaughter, Ms. Jane Weber, with us. Ms. Weber, would you stand up, please? On behalf of the Korean people, I would like to thank you deeply. We salute his noble service and sacrifice. Thank you, Dane. Some of Korean war heroes are your family and friends. The late John Conyers Jr., Sam Johnson, and Howard Coble were veteran congressmen who promoted freedom and democracy. The former Representative Charles Rangel has been a strong supporter of the alliance. Korea will never forget the great American heroes who fought with us to defend freedom. Thank you. Thank you. I take this opportunity to pay tribute to all the Korean War veterans and their families. You did not hesitate to send your sons and daughters, husbands and wives, a brother and sisters. You answered the call to defend the freedom of a country across the Pacific. I thank the U.S. and its people for honoring the Korean War as a proud legacy. Thank you also for treating the veterans with honor and respect. Thank you. The war ended after 3 years of intense battle. Our two nations signed the Mutual Defense Treaty and opened a new era of the alliance. Ever since, the Korean people rose from the ruins of war to build a thriving nation. And at every step, America has stood together with Korea. We have many reasons to celebrate our platinum anniversary. We had no guarantees of success when it started. But today, our alliance is stronger than ever, more prosperous together, and more connected like no other. Indeed, it has been the linchpin safeguarding our freedom, peace, and prosperity. Once a recipient of aid, Korea is the only nation in modern history to become a donor. This itself demonstrates the success of our alliance. Let me talk about the history of our alliance. The ties of our cooperation and exchange span over 140 years since the establishment of diplomatic relations in 1882. In the late 19th century, American missionaries helped to widely introduce the values of freedom and solidarity to Korea. These values are the foundations of Korea's constitution. They have made a huge impact on our independence movement and the foundations of Korea. Horace Underwood, Hallie Appenzeller, Mary Scranton, and Rosetta Hall are some of the missionaries who set foot in Korea at the end of the 19th century. They built schools and hospitals. They promoted education of women. Their efforts laid the foundations for many Korean women to advance into society as educators, journalists, and doctors. In the early 1960s, the Kennedy administration recommended Professor Lowstall's model for economic growth. President Park Chung-hee wisely embraced the idea and pushed economic development forward. It laid the foundation for Korea to become an industrialized country. Known as a miracle on the Han River, Korea's economic growth rate was unrivaled. Korea was one of the least developed countries after the war. Its annual income was just $67 per capita. Now, its economy ranks 10th in the world. Thank you. Thank you. Seoul was once reduced to ashes. Now, it is one of the world's most vibrant digital cities. Busan was once flooded with war refugees. Now, it is the world's second largest port city in terms of transshipment volume. It is also bidding to host the World Expo 2030. Korea is winning the hearts of global citizens. It is dynamic, freedom is thriving, and democracy is robust. Korea and the U.S. have joined forces to safeguard freedom and democracy throughout the world. Since World War II, Korea dispatched its warriors of freedom. We fought side by side with the U.S. in Afghanistan, Iraq, and others. For over 70 years in the history of the alliance, we worked together in military and security sectors. We also expanded our cooperation in the economic field. Our relationship has evolved from one of unilateral assistance to a partnership that is mutually beneficial. The KORUS FTA was approved with the full support of the U.S. Congress in 2011. Since then, our bilateral trade has increased by 68%. Korea's companies' investment in America has tripled. U.S. companies' investment in Korea has nearly doubled. Korean companies are contributing to vitalize the U.S. economy. They are producing EV batteries, semiconductors, cars, and other products here in America. And more importantly, they are creating decent, well-paying jobs. Take Austin, Texas. Samsung's semiconductor plant has created nearly 10,000 jobs as of 2020. Take Bryan County, Georgia. Hyundai's EV and battery plants is expected to be operational by late 2024. It will produce 300,000 electric vehicles every year. It will employ thousands of Americans. And take Bay City in Michigan. It is a home to SK Chiltern CSS, where President Biden visited. It is an example of Korean and American companies merging to achieve even greater growth. I hope to see more economic cooperation in the other parts of America. In this regard, I count on your keen interest and support. My friends, years of active cultural and people-to-people exchange have deepened our friendship. This year also marks the 120th anniversary of Korean immigration to the U.S. Early Korean immigrants arrived as workers on the sugarcane plantation in Hawaii. Since then, Korean Americans have made their way into many parts of the American society. They have played an important role of fostering close friendship and writing the history of our alliance. Representatives Young Kim, Andy Kim, Michelle Steele, and Marilyn Strickland are here with us. They are a testament to the alliance spanning generations. That's true for each party. It is a relief that you are evenly praised across the aisle. Even more, culture is helping to further deepen our understanding and friendship. Nationality and language differences are no longer barriers. Korean movies, A Parasite and Minari, have won Oscars. Hallyu film, Top Gun, and The Avengers are loved by Koreans. I also love Top Gun and Maverick, and the Mission Impossible. And even if you didn't know my name, you may know BTS and Blackpink. BTS beat me to the White House, but I beat them to Capitol Hill. Korean and American singers are reaching high places in each other's music charts is no longer a surprise. The U.S. create global platforms like Netflix. Korea has produced a popular series such as Squid Game. We are creating a new pattern of synergy. These cultural exchanges have brought our people closer. According to Chicago Council on Global Affairs, Americans' positive views of Korea reached the highest level since 1978. And according to a Pew survey last year, Koreans' positive views of the U.S. reached 89%. It marks the largest increase among all the countries surveyed. Korea and the U.S. agreed to set up an assistance program for our students. It will help them to study and find jobs actively in each other's country. Honorable members of Congress, I have 2 careers in my life. My first job was as a public prosecutor. My second job is serving as the president of my beloved country. As prosecutor, my role model was the late Robert Morgenthau. He was the real-life character of District Attorney Adam Schiff in Law and Order. When I was the Prosecutor General, I printed a book titled Robert Morgenthau, America's Eternal Attorney. I shared it with my junior prosecutors. In the preface, I included the phrase, an attorney who is silent in the face of great evil will not even stop pickpockets in the neighborhood. Today, our democracy is at risk. Democracy is a community's political decision-making system to protect freedom and human rights. Such decision-making must be based on truth and freely formed public opinion. But today, in many parts of the world, false propaganda and disinformation are distorting the truth and the public opinion. They are threatening democracy. The rule of law allows the freedoms of everyone to coexist. It is upheld by parliamentary democracy. False propaganda and disinformation corrupt intellectualism. They threaten democracy and the rule of law. Such totalitarian forces may conceal and disguise themselves as defenders of democracy or human rights. But in reality, they deny freedom and democracy. We must not be fooled by such deception and disguises. We have, for so long, protected democracy and the rule of law with our blood and sweat. We must work together and fight the forces of falsehood and deception that seek to destroy democracy and the rule of law. Those who cherish freedom also respect the freedom of others. Thus, freedom brings peace. Peace, in turn, safeguards freedom. Freedom and peace are sources of creativity and innovation. They bring prosperity and abundance. Our alliance was forged 70 years ago to defend Korea's freedom. The alliance has now become a global alliance that safeguards freedom and peace around the world. Korea will fulfill the responsibilities. It will play its part that matches its economic capacity. In his 1961 inauguration address, President John F. Kennedy said, "My fellow citizens of the world, ask not what America will do for you, but what together we can do for the freedom of man." Korea will stand in solidarity with the international community. We will do what it can for the freedom of humanity. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Korea, with the U.S., will march towards the future. As I took office last year, I pledged to rebuild Korea, a nation belonging to the people, rooted in freedom, democracy, and market economy, a nation that the people can be truly proud of as it fulfills its role as a responsible member of the international community. Together with the U.S., Korea will play the role as a compass for freedom. It will safeguard and broaden the freedom of citizens of the world. But even as we walked in unison for freedom for 70 years, there is one regime determined to pursue a wrong path. That is North Korea. The difference is stark between Seoul, that chose freedom and democracy, and Pyongyang, that chose dictatorship and communism. North Korea has abandoned freedom and prosperity and dismissed peace. North Korea's nuclear program and missile provocations pose a serious threat to the peace on the Korean peninsula and beyond. To deter its reckless behavior, the alliance must stand united with determination. As President Reagan once said, "There is a price we will not pay. There is a point beyond which they must not advance." We must make his words clear to North Korea. Yesterday, President Biden and I agreed to strengthen the U.S. extended deterrence. Along with close Korea-U.S. coordination, we need to speed up Korea, U.S., Japan trilateral security cooperation to counter increasing North Korean nuclear threat. Thank you. Thank you. My government will respond firmly to provocations, but at the same time, we will keep the door open for dialogue on North Korea's denuclearization. Last year, I proposed the audacious initiative. It will significantly improve North Korea's economy and livelihood. All Pyongyang has to do is to stop its nuclear program and begin a substantive denuclearization process. I once again urge North Korea to cease its provocations and take the right path. Korea, with the U.S., will continue to work for North Korea's denuclearization. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. North Korea's obsession with nuclear weapons and missiles is throwing its population into a severe economic crisis and human rights abuses. We must raise global awareness of dire human rights situation in North Korea. We must not shy away from our duty to promote freedom for North Koreans. Last month, my government published a report on North Korean human rights. We released it to the public for the first time. The report documents a wide range of abuses in North Korea. It is based on testimonies of 508 North Korean defectors collected over the past 5 years. It records many cases of serious violations of international norms, such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and other human rights agreements. Unspeakable and horrendous incidents took place. Men and women being shot and killed for violating COVID-19 prevention measures. Some being publicly executed for watching and sharing South Korean shows. And people being shot in public for possessing the Bible and having faith. We need to raise awareness. We must inform the world of the gravity of North Korea's human rights violations. I ask for your help in improving North Korea's green condition. My friend, freedom and democracy are once again under threat. The war against Ukraine is a violation of international law. It is an attempt to unilaterally change the status quo with force. Korea strongly condemns the unprovoked armed attack against Ukraine. Thank When North Korea invaded us in 1950, democracies came running to help us. And we fought together and kept our freedom. The rest is history. Korea's experience shows us just how important it is for democracies to uphold solidarity. Korea will stand in solidarity with the free world. We will actively work to safeguard the freedom of the people of Ukraine and support their efforts in reconstruction. Thank you. Honorable members of Congress, so far, 6 Korean presidents spoke at this important chamber. The first Korean president, Dr. Lee Sung-man, delivered his speech in 1954. After 35 years, in 1989, President Roh Tae-woo, standing at this podium, said the following: "The nations of the Pacific have made open society and market economy and the engine that drive the fastest growing region in the world. The Pacific will become even more important to the U.S., and Korea will begin to contribute more to the prosperity and peace of the region. I look forward to the day when some future Korean president may be invited to address this distinguished assembly and describe the vision I spoke of today as an achievement fulfilled, not as tomorrow's hope." President Roh's vision has become a reality. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We are currently living in the Indo-Pacific era. This region is home to 65% of the global population and 62% of the world GDP. It accounts for half of global maritime transportation. Last year, Korea announced its first comprehensive Indo-Pacific strategy. Korea is committed to fostering a free, a peaceful, and prosperous Indo-Pacific based on inclusiveness, trust, and reciprocity. We will strengthen the rule-based order in the Indo-Pacific. We will take comprehensive and multi-layered approach in expanding cooperation with key partners. This also means that the stage for the alliance is expanding. Korea used to receive assistance from U.S. aid. It is now sharing its experience with developing countries in partnership with the U.S. Korea has greatly increased its ODA budget. It is providing tailored programs in tune with the needs of its partners. Yesterday, President Biden and I adopted a joint statement. It presents a vision of the alliance in action towards the future. Together, our two countries will broaden our alliance. Together, we will lead in innovation beyond the security and foreign policy. We will work closely on artificial intelligence, quantum technology, bioscience, and open RAN. Our partnership in the cutting-edge semiconductor industry will contribute to establishing stable and resilient supply chains. It will also address economic uncertainties. Together, we will open another new successful chapter. We will explore new frontiers in outer space and cyberspace. Korea and the US are the world's top technological powers leading innovation and creativity. Together, we will create a great synergy. Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, and honorable members of Congress, our alliance is an alliance of universal values. Freedom, human rights, and democracy are the very foundations of our bonds. Our alliance is for justice. Our alliance is for peace. Our alliance is for prosperity. Together, our alliance will continue to move towards the future. We will build the world of tomorrow that opens endless opportunities for our future generations. I look forward to everyone being on board for our new journey together. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. And may God bless our great alliance. Thank you.
Please send me an email so that your name is Erod. Erod, exactly. Erod, like Erod. I go by that, but I do read it. Yeah.
Left anything behind, sell it on eBay and go to lunch.
Really? I might be a couple ones just play out what I.
Yeah, this is all government stuff, so yeah, that's pretty expensive.
Yeah, that government stuff's expensive.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Going to Ruth's Chris.
It's good.
Hi, Sheila. Hi, Sheila.
House come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the order of the House of April 26, 2023, I call up House Concurrent Resolution 30 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 30. Concurrent resolution directing the President, pursuant to Section 5C of the War Powers Resolution, to remove all United States Armed Forces, other than United States Armed Forces, assigned to protect the United States Embassy from Somalia.
Pursuant to the order of the House of Wednesday, April 26, 2023, the concurrent resolution is considered read. The concurrent resolution shall be debated for 80 minutes, with 20 minutes controlled by Representative McCall of Texas, 20 minutes controlled by Representative Meeks of New York, and 40 minutes controlled by Representative Getz of Florida or their respective designees. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. James, will control 20 minutes. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, will control 20 minutes. And the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Getz, will control 40 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the resolution under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by commending the gentlemen from Florida, both, for their concern about our nation's ongoing military engagements. It's one I share as a veteran of the global war on terror. Unfortunately, there are no silver bullets in policymaking, and when we try to make one, we usually end up shooting ourselves in the foot. It's for this reason and this reason alone I stand in opposition. I served in Operation Iraqi Freedom as an attack helicopter pilot. And as a combat veteran, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you no one hates war more than those who've come to face with it. I do not look back on the days of American military overreach and intervention in the Middle East with nostalgia. That said, also as a West Point graduate, I understand history and the lessons it teaches. The siren song of isolationism is tempting, but allowing vacuums of American influence around the world to be filled by terrorists and exploited by communists is a direct threat to Americans at home. While each presidential administration has made errors in the conduct of its foreign policy since the tragedies of 9/11 22 years ago, the most egregious of these errors is continuing to concede America's diplomatic leverage and allowing our agricultural, manufacturing, and energy independence to erode. But it's Congress, this body, that has lazily conceded its constitutional duty to guard its war powers jealously from the executive branch. Congress's failure to hold each administration this century accountable for their vague, broad, and failing foreign policies may force Congress to exercise our war powers again in my lifetime. That's why I agree with Mr. Gates, in large part, that war should never be on autopilot nor open-ended. Americans have the right, and Congress has the responsibility to understand and approve of the sacrifice they'll be asking our country to make. Our service members are real people with families. They are sons and daughters. Many weren't even born when 9/11 occurred. Congress needs to do its job, but it needs to do its job the right way. That's why, rather than continuing an open-ended 22-year-old law, I believe we must work together to first replace it with an authorization of use of military force that focuses on today's critical terrorist threats and requires Congress to stay engaged. We must prioritize first building an America that's strong at home, or we will never have a hope of being strong abroad. Regrettably, my friends, today's resolution does little toward those ends. It will merely direct the removal of U.S. forces from Somalia. That will not work. Less than 2 years ago, we saw what happens when we pull troops with no plan. Joe Biden's botched Afghanistan withdrawal forced our troops to abandon billions of dollars in taxpayer-funded military equipment. It resulted in 13 young American service members dead. It left hundreds of thousands of American veterans who served in Afghanistan wondering if their efforts were in vain. It embarrassed America on the world stage and left a gaping hole that China and the Taliban rushed to fill in. What have we learned? The Biden administration responded with the commander-in-chief checking his watch during a dignified transfer of service members killed, and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin claiming he had no regrets about the withdrawal. What have we learned? But lest my argument be debased or derided as petty partisanship, let me flip the script. Mr. Speaker, I ask you, what happened the last time Republicans tried to repeal something without a plan to replace it? I tell you the truth. What happened then will pale in comparison to the consequences of ceding global strategic high ground of the future to those who mean to harm us. I will be the first to argue that we've become over-dependent on the military rather than investing in ourselves, in our industrial base at home, wielding diplomacy, and harnessing economic statescraft as our tools of first resort. There is no global stability when America is economically weak, militarily impulsive, and has a reputation of retreat. The most devastating effect of abandoning our allies, even now, thousands of our fellow Americans on the battlefield, is that our friends don't trust us and our enemies no longer fear us. If we want nations around the world to choose America instead of dictators and despots, we must give them a reason to do so. This premature withdrawal from Somalia will be a great victory for a dangerous al-Qaeda affiliate that seeks the death of America. There's another group of adversaries to keep in mind as well. Russia and the Communist Party of China would like nothing more than to see the U.S. take a foreign policy of isolationism. There's already a Chinese military base on the east coast of Djibouti. There are reports of more coming to the west coast of Africa, which will pose a direct threat to America. If we cavalierly withdraw from Africa, the CCP will rush to fill in the void like they did in Afghanistan. By emboldening terrorists, Russia and Communist China, this resolution would harm the national security of the United States. Again, Mr. Speaker, I applaud the gentleman from Florida initiative for forcing this long overdue debate. I also applaud leadership for allowing it to come to the floor. I invite the gentleman to work with me to end this executive overreach of over 2 decades, to pull back our war powers and Article I authority under the Constitution in a way that truly puts America first. But as it stands today, regretfully, this resolution will not strengthen America at home or keep her safe abroad. It is for that reason, and again, that reason alone, that I urge my colleagues to join me in opposition. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the House Concurrent Resolution 30. This resolution was drafted in such a way that it is simultaneously overbroad and under-inclusive. The resolution fails to end our involvement in hostilities in the region while preventing crucial security cooperation with local partners in Somalia. The resolution states that the United States forces must withdraw from Somalia unless there are for the purposes of protecting the embassy. Historically, war powers resolutions such as this are thought of as attempting to force the president to withdraw American troops from a foreign country that are actively engaged in combat. But our forces on the ground in Somalia are there to provide security training and intelligence support. Our footprint in Somalia is not large. We have several hundred troops stationed in the country, primarily to train host nation troops in countering terrorism. The sponsor of this legislation sometimes references the lost blood and treasure from our overseas engagements. These are obviously essential considerations. It is why I supported President Biden's decision to end the war in Afghanistan. But no American has been killed in Somalia in over 4 years. And our security cooperation and assistance to the country amounts to a rounding error in the federal budget. It is a fact that al-Shabaab and other terrorist organizations like ISIS control large swaths of territory in Somalia. But local forces from the Somalia government and the African Union Transition Mission in Somalia have made steady gains, yes, steady gains, the past several years. United States forces have been instrumental in some of these changes because of the very training and intelligence support we provide to local forces on the ground. By mandating that our forces cease security cooperation in Somalia, this resolution would roll back some of the gains that have been made to take back territory from terrorist organizations in the past several years. This measure doesn't end American hostilities in the region. It includes nothing about removing American forces from other nations in the region where groups like al-Shabaab operate, and it does nothing to address over-the-horizon strikes. While I disagree with this measure, let me say, and when I do agree with that, we are having this debate. It is one that is long overdue. American forces have been in Somalia and other parts of the world without proper engagement from the United States Congress. And while I understand the logic that both Republican and Democratic administrations have used to include groups like al-Shabaab under the 2001 AUMF, I can tell you that members of Congress did not believe that they were authorizing force against al-Shabaab when we passed the legislation decades ago. I can tell you this not just because I was here when Congress voted on that AUMF, but because al-Shabaab didn't even exist in September 2001. I believe, though, that the proper way to address the issues of matters of war and peace in Somalia is not through a legally dubious resolution such as this. I agree with Representative James in this, and we should work together, all three of us, I believe, because the right way to address this issue is through a repeal of the 2001 AUMF and its replacement with a narrow force authorization that provides the President authority to combat selected terrorists in selected countries where the United States national security is at stake. Fact of the matter, Mr. Speaker, I have introduced just such a resolution, and I look forward to working with my colleagues on that. H.J. Res 52, which narrows the list of terrorist organizations the executive branch can strike, limits the number of countries in which we could engage in hostilities, places curbs on the executive branch additions of associated forces and successor groups, and includes a sunset requiring Congress to reauthorize the legislation, reasserting Congress's proper role over matters of war and peace, while ensuring that the President has the necessary authorities to strike those who mean to do us harm, can be and is a tough balance to strike. But I believe wholeheartedly it is our responsibility to make some of those hard decisions. We cannot punt it or give it off just to the executive. And I believe, and I'm willing to work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to strike a balance. Let's take a look at H.J. Res 52, because from the debate we're having today, I think that we have some of the basics of what we agree with. That is this body, that the Constitution empowered to make sure there's a check and balance on the executive. So, unfortunately, I can't say that about H.Con. Res 30 before us today, And so therefore I must oppose this legislation, urge my colleagues to do the same, and let's come together as members of the United States House of Representatives and take our responsibility. Let's repeal and replace the 2001 AUMF and move forward. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
It is a great honor to participate in this debate with my esteemed colleague, Mr. Meeks of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and with a great patriot such as Mr. James of Michigan. I want to welcome the American people to the second part in a legislative series we are conducting about all of the places on the planet Earth where Congress still believes that 9/11 justifies current U.S. troop presence in 2023. And the first in that series was Syria. And I came to this floor, only got about 103 votes, but I made the argument that our troops were essentially sitting ducks, guarding oil extraction operations where their presence was known, where their location was easily identifiable, and I called for a withdrawal. That withdrawal was defeated, and then precisely what I predicted, more U.S. casualties from Iranian drones. That's what happened, exactly what I said would occur, and it is with no joy I say that, and I know all of us would take any policy position we could to reduce U.S. casualties, and I think this debate will present an excellent opportunity to reflect on Somalia in that light. There are currently 900 U.S. troops in Somalia, give or take, and this resolution would bring them home. Somalia is a country of 17 million, tortured at times by al-Shabaab, a group of roughly 7,000 hardened fighters and even more sympathizers. But to believe any of the arguments, just logically, that my colleagues are making, you have to believe that 900 U.S. troops is what is going to save a country of 17 million from a hardened group of 7,000. I think that strains not only logic, but our understanding of the history of Somalia, a country that has oscillated between failed state and just absolute coup revolution over and over again, civil war, sectarian violence. The future of Somalia must be determined by Somalia. And to the extent that foreign influences could be helpful, I would argue that the African Union is far better positioned to build a stronger sense of national identity and national unity among clans that have been warring in Somalia for generations than U.S. troops. I have yet to see the evidence that U.S. troops are the essential element to fusing relationships among warring African warlords, clans, and tribes. Now, the Brits controlled Somalia, and in nearly half the century since, we have seen a constant state of despair. So what is the end state for our military presence in Somalia? Are we going to be the block captain of Mogadishu, presumably forever, until we beat the last sympathy for al-Shabaab out of the last heart of the last Somali? That was the argument with Syria and ISIS. We have to stay in Syria because there's still people who believe the ISIS ideology. Mr. Speaker, I would argue that the U.S. military is not an effective capability to deploy to defeat an ideology. We are not able to permanently stabilize countries by having a presence that can at times be a very basis for the terrorism recruitment that we seem to work against. There is also an opportunity cost to being in Somalia that I would like to share with the body. I represent constituents who are part of these missions, these train, equip, and advise missions throughout Africa. And increasingly, they're having to enter the Indo-PACOM to get analysis and research on the best communication skills and tactical skills and strategic skills that would be necessary if conflict were to erupt in the Indo-PACOM theater. And what I have observed firsthand is that at times, some of our best and brightest are having to go split squad, where some are wandering about Africa on train and equip missions, And then there's less of a focused capability in places where I think America must hold the high ground to ensure the enduring success of our nation. My colleague from the other side of the aisle made mention of the training that America does in Africa and how critical it is. The problem is, far too often we are training the next generation of coup leaders. We haven't figured that out yet. I got to ask questions of the leader of AFRICOM, why so many people who are leading coups in Africa were trained by Americans. He was unable to identify even current leaders of African countries, that they were trained by Americans or that they participated in coups. I would now seek unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, to enter into the record a piece from The Intercept. AFRICOM Chief to Congress, we share core values with coup leaders.
Without objection.
And in this piece, it highlights 5 countries, Burkina Faso, Guinea, Mali, Mauritania, and Gambia, where the very people who led the coups were the people that had received this training from the United States. I would note that any comparison here to Afghanistan is sorely misplaced. This legislation provides 1 year to remove 900 people. That is far different than unwinding the double helix that was our multi-decade engagement with Afghanistan. I agree with the sentiment that my colleague, Mr. James, stated, that our friends must trust us and our enemies must fear us. But what I have observed after 20 years of American war in the Middle East, in North Africa, is that our enemies often mock us when we try to be the world's policeman and the world's piggy bank. That is not the goal, should be the goal of our country. We should not be engaged in nation building in Somalia, in the Middle East, or elsewhere. These 900 U.S. troops have no end state. They are engaging in largely police force operations. I suggest they should come home, and a vote for this resolution would do that. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my colleague, Mr. Gates. A series of great points. The greatest, I believe, is a military cannot be used to fight an ideology. Unlimited war without checking on Congress is unconstitutional, and we must come up with a better solution, which is why House Foreign Affairs, as the chairman on the subcommittee on Africa, we recognize the DoD doesn't exist in a vacuum. We recognize that the State Department and USAID are present in building civilian leaders and institutions. We understand these institutions must work together with different mandates, and we're not shooting our way out of Somalia. We must provide additional ways to fix the problem. And so I agree we cannot fight ideology with military, and I look forward to working with all sides to figure out exactly how we can strengthen our ties to make sure that we have partners and move from aid to trade with a long-term partner. I believe we had a rousing speech from the president of South Korea just an hour ago, where he mentioned the great aid that the United States taxpayers and the great investment that we've made over decades and years in South Korea. And now, as a shining example, they are the 10th most wealthy country in the world because of America, our great generosity, and because we are exceptional. I think we have a remarkable opportunity to do that and show that America truly should be the first choice and first option for folks around the world. Mr. Speaker, with that, I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Zinke.
Is recognized. 3 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition, but I agree with my distinguished colleagues from Florida that Congress has an obligation to review it. Congress should not abrogate our responsibility. We should ask the tough questions. And ultimately, we should provide the funding necessary and the resources to win. That's our job, and I agree with you 100%. But as a commander, they are doing more than just guarding an embassy. A force structure of 900 may seem like a large footprint, but those of us who remember Black Hawk Down would suggest otherwise. A force requires medevac. Those medevac require people that service those aircraft. In case we get in trouble, we need a quick reaction force, a force large enough to defend our troops. Because I, and like my colleagues, know that if you were to put any American servicemen in harm's way, we want to ensure we have the adequate force to make sure they're recovered safely. They also have to be fed, communications. In order to have an effective force, you need a footprint that can do its mission. What I also agree with is that we should have a plan. Before we unplug our obligations, we should know what unplugging it does and when, and also we should have a plan on what our obligations are. So much of this discussion is a discussion among similar views. We do have an obligation for freedom. We have a commitment to democracy. That when we provide a force to defend that democracy, and it is American force and our allies, that we provide them with a force package that can win. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I ask my colleagues to oppose this well-intended amendment and resolution. But I do ask that we work as a body to uphold our duty as Congress to make sure that the authorizations we give the executive are both appropriate, timely, and do so to win. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just say, this debate is long overdue. And we happen to be talking about the AUMF, but it's especially, and I would hope that we end up having more debates on this floor, talking about the continent of Africa, who has long been left off the debate floor of the United States Congress, which is a continent that we've got to focus on. I look forward to working with Mr. James as the chair of that subcommittee. And the stability of Africa, the stability of its governments and its institutions. Because if we don't, it's at our own danger. And we should be doing it because it's the right thing. And we should be listening to those allies that we have on the continent and to those presidents. Because they are the ones that are at threat and in danger of being destroyed by terrorist groups who have now moved over the continent. So we got to have this debate more and more and make sure that Africa is on our front burner, not our back burner. Because if Africa continues to be on our back burner, we will see Russia and China, as Mr. James has indicated and others, jumping in. We will see Wagner coming in to secure these countries. So let's have this debate. And with that, I proudly yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman who came to the United States from the continent of Africa, and now from the great state of Minnesota, Ilhan Omar.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Meeks. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of House Resolution 30, the Somalia War Powers Resolution. I agree with the Chairman, a real debate about U.S. policy in Somalia and in Africa is long overdue. It's debate that should include a serious discussion of our long-term strategy for supporting stability and self-governance. It should include clear-eyed analysis of U.S. counterterrorism policies, including airstrikes and drones, and the consistent problem of civilian casualties of U.S. operations. Congress is also overdue for a debate about the expansive use of the 2001 AUMF, which the executive branch claims includes operations in Somalia. Mr. Speaker, the resolution before the House today does not address these significant issues. It is a narrow question of withdrawing few hundred troops. Given President Hassan's renewed efforts to eradicate al-Shabaab, the resolution does include a long enough timeline to ensure the operations that we are partnering with can be ended responsibly. While we should not mistake this poorly crafted resolution for an honest assessment of U.S. policy on Somalia, it is important that we support the question before us. I and many Somali Americans support this resolution, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can assure the gentleman from New York that we will have a more fulsome discussion regarding the continent of Africa, because the next in our legislative series may very well be Niger. And so we'll have that opportunity as well. And to my colleague from Minnesota, I think she really hits the nail on the head that the partnerships between the existing government in Somalia and the clans that exist throughout the country is the essential glue to resist the violence and destabilization that we see from al-Shabaab. It is my belief that the government's entrees to those groups to get them to not side with al-Shabaab are not facilitated by extensive U.S. presence. I just don't believe that to get one group of Somalis to stop killing another group of Somalis, that the essential ingredient is us. And it may be other African influencers to a positive extent, but there's great wisdom in what the gentlelady shared regarding the utility of those partnerships and relationships. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would yield 6 minutes to my colleague from Florida, Mr. Mills.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my distinguished colleague from Florida, Mr. Gates. And I also want to thank my colleagues, Mr. James and Mr. Zinke, for they, like myself, are combat veterans who understand the total cost of warfare. Now, before I get into my statement, I want to address a couple of things that was made by my colleagues here today. We talked about the idea that we are here to preserve freedoms and we are here to preserve democracy. But let's talk about our role in democracy. When we went into Iraq in 2003 under the auspice that we were there for weapons of mass destruction and to liberate the people of Iraq, only 2 years later did we supplement this with the 2005 Iraq Constitution, whereby Article 76, in its own design, created sectarian democracy that gave rise to the Iranian control, which ultimately gave rise to China's domination. You know, we are not a nation-building element. We are war fighters. We are there to conduct counterterrorism operations when needed, but only at the expense that it is to the benefits of the American national security and U.S. interests. Now, he talked about timely, but I ask you, Mr. Speaker, we started our operations in Mogadishu in the early 90s. We started the operations in Afghanistan in 2001. We started the operations in Iraq in 2003. So by what definition do we determine is timely? You know, the idea that my colleague, and rightfully so, and I agree with him, Mr. James, said about the repeal and replace piece of the AUMF, which I do view as an abdication of our roles and responsibilities as legislators under the Constitution, Article 1, Clause 8. But it does have a replacement, and I just stated it, and it's called the United States Constitution War Authorities. At no point in time can you find in the Constitution whereby it says we can repeal our rights as legislators under the Constitution to put in something which abdicates our roles and responsibilities for 20-plus years on an AUMF that was designed and now being abused by presidents on the left and the right who have been using it for its non-intended purposes. And while I agree with my colleague, Mr. Gates, that Afghanistan is completely not relevant to the discussion that was made, we're talking about an area whereby President Biden utilized political optics over military strategy, endangering the lives of our military when we know that it was a conditions-based withdrawal. But one thing was actually stated as correct, which is the threat in which China possesses when it comes to the Africa continent, and that a vacuum could be created. But let's go ahead and focus on what China's ultimate goal is, because it is not kinetics. It is not about the bomb-to-bomb, gun-to-gun, or bullet-to-bullet mechanism. It is about the economic and resource warfare impact. It is about the Belt and Road Initiative, which expands out the Eurasian border, takes over Africa, Oceania, cuts off Western Hemisphere supply chain, in an effort to utilize the WHO, WEF, and OPEC to eliminate the US dollar from the global currency. So let's address that issue, which is not one that is done by kinetics and warfighters, but by a whole-of-nation approach that deals with treasury, that deals with the economic build-out, that deals with strengthening the industrial base at home, that stops the reliance on the very adversaries that we pay to slap us around every day. And this idea that we're going to play this terrorist whack-a-mole, where every time one pops up we send a new force, does nothing to actually try and help with stabilization. And let's talk about our interactions. We had a terrorist organization known as the Al-Qaeda Arabian Peninsula that was based in a small portion in the Gulf of Aden, out in Yemen. And it wasn't until our drone strikes that caused numerous civilian casualties that did we not play right into the ideology that Americans are here to destroy us and kill us due to our religious beliefs. We were actually the reason that Al-Qaeda Arabian Peninsula continued to grow. And my colleague on the left, who I have a great deal of respect for, and we sit on the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Meeks, he talks about the fact that we've had no Americans killed in Somalia, but that's absolutely false. And in fact, we just had another soldier killed in 2018 as a result of an explosion that resulted in 3 more. And also in 2017, where we had 3 more killed that was there. You know, as someone who has had to go visit Arlington Cemetery on many occasions to see my brothers that are no longer here with me today, I don't think that we need to spare one more life of American bloodshed in an effort that we don't have a clear strategic military objective to begin with. And so I ask that we look at not being isolationists, as we're always called and considered, but also not interventionists. Our goal is to be protectionists, protection of our constitutional rights, our sovereignty, and the American people. That is our role. And we keep talking about this 2001 AUMF that we were to repeal. Well, let's go through this. In 2019, the amendment to the 2020 NDA to repeal the 2002 AUMF was stripped out in its final version. In November 14th of 2018, the resolution introduced to assert Congress's war power authorities in Yemen, the Rules Committee stripped the resolution in its procedural privilege. And then soon after, the Rules Committee stripped privilege from all war power resolutions for the remainder of the 115th Congress. We keep talking about what we're going to do, but I've seen very little action. And see, this is one of the reasons that I ran for Congress, because there's too many politicians who like to talk and not enough statesmen who are willing to act. And I know a little thing about action, considering that between my military and government experience, I've spent over 7 years of my life in Iraq, almost 3 years of my life in Afghanistan, Kosovo, Pakistan, and guess what? Northern Somalia and the Puntland areas of Hargeisa and Berbera. I can tell you very clearly that what we are doing right now in our procedures is not making us safer, and we must start to look at a real change in order to try and protect America, stop abdicating our roles and responsibilities, and start leading from the front. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from Michigan.
I think this is what we call violent agreement. We need to fix the ills of the past with a solution for the future. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is one of my favorite debates. It's in my short time in Congress and even in observing Congress where you have people from both sides of the aisle actually taking opposition to each other so we can have a real conversation. People that I respect on my side of the aisle and people that both I respect and disagree with on the other side of the aisle, having a real debate that has little to do with partisanship, but really about principle. It's refreshing. I thought, much like H.R. 21, which was probably the most fascinating vote we've taken to the date since I've been in Congress, where you actually had somebody, a Republican, somebody whose credentials as a conservative are not questioned at all, had more people from the Democrat Party vote for his bill than the Republican Party. He had the squad vote for him and his bill. That's bipartisanship in a certain way. And yet we have this debate right now in a similar fashion on Somalia. And this is not a place that's unknown to me. I was there during part of the UN withdrawal in '94 off the coast on the 15 Marine Expeditionary Unit. I spent time in Entebbe, Uganda as part of Operation Restore Hope when we had our problem with Rwanda. Africa is a place of many troubled nations, no doubt about it. The question we have today is, what's good for America. This isn't about nation building. This is about protecting our nation. This is a debate over whether we're going to save lives or lose lives that are American by what our actions are in the near future and into the future of how we plan our force structure and what we deploy with around the world. I'm very much concerned that if we're not in these regions, especially in Somalia, which is one of the most war-torn areas we know of, that we'll have an increase in terrorist activities. When you see a country like Afghanistan and the way it's deteriorated, now you have 27 terrorist cells training there because of a lack of presence of good guys trying to make sure that bad guys don't propagate and proliferate and make sure that they're recruiting people and sending people over here to do harm to us. It's a minor miracle that we haven't had another 9/11 in so long. If you think about it, the incredible work that we've had done by our intel community and our special forces and other Americans around the world to circumvent that from happening is nothing short of Herculean. And I would make the case that because we have forces all around the world, we have been a safer place. We have saved American lives. And this isn't about building a nation of 17 million people. This is about protecting a nation of 330 million people. I want to make sure that we're clear in this argument, that this is not about seeking war. Anybody who spent time in the military, and I spent over 20 years in the military myself. I spent years away from my family as well. I've served with 3 different forces, the Marine Corps, Army, and Navy. Nobody wants war less than I do. Nobody wants to see Americans killed more than any military commander. And as a matter of fact, when we send these people, it's not because a politician wants to go over there. Usually it's because a general or an area commander has requested these troops in collaboration with each other, and we're talking about decades of experience in the region, and they understand what's at stake. They don't want war. They don't want American troops to lose their lives. As a matter of fact, they are judged historically on how many American lives they save, on how many American troops that they don't put in harm's way. This isn't about seeking war. This is about avoiding war. This isn't about protecting their nation. It's protecting our nation. We have an obligation to watch over this great nation of ours. I think it's not by pulling back, but engaging other countries in a way that we can work together to protect American lives, both civilian and military. And with that, I yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Michigan reserves. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-1311, an act to reauthorize the Morris K. Udall and Stuart L. Udall Trust Fund and for other purposes in which concurrence of the House is requested.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just say, Mr. Mills, that I just want to make sure that when I talked about we had not lost any deaths in Somalia, I said in the last 4 years, acknowledging what happened before, but in the last 4 years, we have not lost any American troops in Somalia. Let me also say that, as I said earlier, that I am happy that we're having this debate and talking about the continent of Africa. And if we do that, we've got to listen to the I can just recall, and sometimes many of my colleagues, especially on the other side of the aisle, argue that we don't get the votes we need at times in the UN from African countries. I recall when we were trying to get votes in regards to Russia's illegal invasion into Ukraine. And I had to call African ambassadors. And they said, now you're calling me? We haven't heard from the United States for a while. Now you want something from me? We've been asking for assistance in regards to security. And then I watched to see what was taking place when we look at our diplomacy. It was over 2 decades it took before in the 117th Congress we passed a state authorization bill and had to do that through the NDAA as opposed to saying we're going to stand strongly on diplomacy. Guess what China did during that period of time? They doubled their diplomacy budget. Guess what else is happening? For the first time, China has more consulates than the United States of America. General Kelly said either we do and get engaged in more diplomacy, or you're going to have to spend more money on bullets. We have an opportunity to engage and listen to allies and work with our allies. Many allies who have more and should have more responsibility on the continent because they colonized it, working with us collectively to try to make sure that the Chinas and the Russias of the world are not invested and we are invested and we are not. It's our challenge. And I hope that when we get past this debate, you'll be able to have another one. And I look forward to doing it particularly in our committee so that we can figure out collectively together, as Ms. Ilhan said, how we can work together and listen to make sure that we have an overall strategy. And I say this in regards to both parties. I say this to the administration, who should be doing more on the continent of Africa. So yes, this is not a partisan debate. This is an American debate. This is an opportunity to have attention to a continent that is the fastest growing and the youngest on this planet, that we have ignored for far too long. We have to wake up and do more for the continent of Africa and figure it out. Diplomacy. Figure out how we can help protect them from being victimized by terrorism. Figure out how we can strengthen institutions. We've got a lot of work to do. Figure out how we reauthorize AGOA. Figure out how we work with the African Union. Figure out how we work with the African organizations. That's our challenge. Because if not, we imperil ourselves. So I could agree, this is not just an investment in the continent, it's an investment for America and America's leadership. Let's lead. And with that, I'm happy to yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, the Honorable Representative Sheila Jackson Lee.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Let me thank the gentleman for his distinguished leadership and the manager on this floor, and certainly the proponent of this resolution. I know it came with good intentions. But let me indicate the wiseness of a young college student some many years ago when I offered to my college for my winning traveling fellowship that I would go to the continent of Africa. Everyone else would go to places well-defined and well-recognized. But I told them that I wanted to take the fellowship that I'd received to travel to West Africa, and I did. From then, Togo and Dahomey obviously changed names to Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana and Nigeria, and studied, seeing the potential even then. And I am gratified to be in this Congress, to be able to have the leadership of our chairman, our ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, to recognize the cruciality of our purpose on the continent. It was members of the Congressional Black Caucus that organized to say how important it was under the George W. Bush administration that an Africa Command would be set up. It was crucial in the bloody fight in Liberia for that command to be set up, and only without shooting one gun were they able to begin to bring peace. And so I rise with great concern and opposition to H. Conres 30, because I realize the importance of the Africa Command because it has as elements of it diplomacy. And I am glad that President Biden reversed Trump's get out of town and get out of Dodge quick resolution to, in fact, leave a footprint of 500 that are helping us bring down al-Shabaab, bring down al-Qaeda, and boost up the Somalian partners of which our soldiers are working through and working to degrade al-Shabaab's ability to plot external operations while building the capacities of our partner. The rest of Africa is watching. If they try to be peaceful and to stand up a democratic entity, do they have a powerful force like the United States? I, too, want a full debate on the authorization to use military force. I have been here for 9/11 and all afterwards. And I, too, believe that is our duty. But what I will say at this time, we should not remove those troops from Somalia. I'd ask my colleague to join with his committee and engage in debate on the AUMF, but I want to protect the Somalian people, Africa, and I want to protect the interests of democracy and the United States of America. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If what it takes to protect the 17 million people in Somalia is 900 U.S. troops forever, I don't have high hopes for them. I have far more confidence in the strategy that Congresswoman Omar laid out, which was the Somali government working to create some sense of national identity among Somali clans. And no one has made a compelling argument that we are essential to that process. I take some exception to my colleague from Texas calling this a get-out-quick resolution. It gives us a year. We can't move 900 people in a year? My colleague from Georgia said that he argued that Somali troop presence was essential to keep America safe. Let me be clear. I fear China. I fear some crazy Russian general with nuclear codes far more than I fear Somali warlords fighting over who controls aid streams. And it's not just my opinion. It's the opinion of our military leaders at AFRICOM. It was Brigadier General Bailey who said recently, quote, "What we've seen is not necessarily holding land or territory, more extortion, closer to an organized crime organization." That was on February 27th, 2023, on Nightly News with Lester Holt. So even General Bailey doesn't view this as a way to get land and seize land and keep it away from al-Shabaab. He's saying that they're not really holding land. They're just engaged in low-level thuggery. And it seems unworthy of this sustained U.S. troop presence. So let's make clear, while the debate was elegant and compelling about the need to engage Africa, that the vote on this resolution is whether 900 U.S. troops should stay in Somalia or come home. And those who vote against my resolution are functionally taking the position that the 2001 AUMF, which was voted on when 89% of us who are currently in the House were not even here to vote on it, which was voted on before al-Shabaab even existed. And it has become a global permission slip for U.S. interventionism everywhere. Al-Shabaab had nothing to do with 9/11. The fact that they have co-branded with al-Qaeda is not indicative of any interoperability. And the principal goal of al-Shabaab, as we're evaluating whether or not we have to keep 900 troops in Somalia for the safety and security of Americans, the principal goal of al-Shabaab is to rule Greater Somalia under Sharia law and overthrow the government. That's not my opinion. That's a February 2023 Congressional Research Service conclusion. That very same CRS report indicates that al-Shabaab does not have the capability to attack the United States. So I guess it's easy to stand up and say we should be the police force everywhere because anywhere some bad person could harbor the desire to kill us. But the best research we have says that that is not in line with their existing capabilities. And, Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to enter that February 2023 Congressional Research Service report into the congressional record. Moreover, we are seeing the government in Somalia achieve gains in large part because of local discontent with al-Shabaab. Because of climate change, we are not seeing the same amount of agricultural and livestock opportunities for people in Somalia. And so many of the groups that were paying extortion money to al-Shabaab are not able to pay it anymore because a lot of the land is dried up. And that resulted in al-Shabaab being incredibly brutal to those local clans and tribes. They poisoned the water. They killed family members. They publicly executed people. And then what happened was a lot of those local tribes pushed back and said, you know what, we'd rather align with the government. And so that's not a victory delivered at the end of a U.S. missile or weapon. That is a victory that is occurring as a consequence of the conditions in Somalia and the choices that Somalis are making. Finally, Mr. Speaker, for this round of debate, I'd like to enter into the record the ACLED piece that details how the government is making gains in grounds and al-Shabaab is losing them. It's entitled Somalia Counterinsurgency Operations Gains Regional Support in Phase 2 as Al-Shabaab Attacks and Political Differences Persist.
Without objection.
And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would yield 2 minutes to my colleague from Florida for any comments he may have.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for yielding those 2 minutes. Look, I wanted to approach a couple of things here. You know, we keep talking about the idea that our presence, this 900 people in Somalia, is somehow leading to a stabilization effort. But the reality is this. When was our actual presence required for stabilization as opposed to counterinsurgency and counterterrorism operational tactics? You know, we talk about the threats that are the real threats, which is China, and it's existential to all of us. But we allowed them to go into Ghana, into the Ashanti Belt, and completely pillage resources with no U.S. response. Now, where was our 900 troops that was there to help with this stabilization when our greatest adversary was there robbing and pillaging? And oh, by the way, where are we with regards to if we're there to fight and combat al-Shabaab, then why are we not taking a greater presence when it comes to the oil resource protection in Lake Turkana out in Kenya, a place that I know very well because I spent time in Nairobi and also in Karen? You know, we continue to try and act as if we're stabilizers, but do we not remember what took place in Libya, where we actually helped with supporting the destabilization that now has led to the Misrata militia, the Sirte militia, further economic turmoil? You can't point to a single agenda, whether it was Afghanistan, Iraq, Somalia, whether it was Libyan support. You can't point to a single one where our presence has actually led to greater stability. But what it has led to is more U.S. lives being lost, more economic deficiency for America, more of us trying to be the world's police and creating more adversaries and enemies throughout the world stage. So again, I continue to ask the same question to every one of my colleagues on the left and the right. How does our presence actually strengthen us from stabilization, provide us stronger allies, give us the actual economic strength that we need to outpace China, who is our greatest existential threat? And how does this 2001 AUMF that is being misused, abused for an open carte blanche of warfare support America's goals? With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida reserves. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Madam Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
So again, I believe we're in violent agreement. The gentleman from Georgia mentioned, I believe, and it's extremely appropriate, this isn't about protecting another nation, it's about protecting ours. Today, I think that we're just standing here, and I think if we were to take the vote on the floor, I'm pretty sure that most of our colleagues would agree that the executive branch is abusing its power, and we have ceded, as Congress, have ceded our constitutional authority to hold them to account. We should absolutely hold the executive branch account for their 2 decades of missteps, but me and a number of my colleagues in the freshman class have been here but a mere 110 days. And I'm sure I can speak for most of us that we refuse to be held bound to the mistakes of the past. But we are inspired and excited to make sure that we correct those mistakes of the past with strong policy to benefit the American people and our allies in the future. That requires not repealing something without a replacement. That requires the executive branch coming to us for permission, as they are constitutionally obligated to do, and it is our duty to retain these authorities, but not proceeding without an event-based strategy rather than a time-based strategy. Again, regrettably, I'll restate this resolution does nothing toward those ends. It merely directs the removal of U.S. forces from Somalia within a time frame, without regard for what may be going on the ground. Again, I applaud and appreciate forcing this debate, long overdue, and I respect and thank the gentleman, Representative Mills, for his service, and Representative Gates for forcing this very important debate. I'm looking forward to taking this up with the help of my friend, Mr. Meeks, in House Foreign Affairs, to make sure that we can satisfy our obligation first to the American people and also to our allies who count on us to take up the mantle and use the global leadership not to be isolationist and also not to be imperialist, but to make sure that we are staying strong at home first. Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers and have the right to close, so I will continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
I too have no further speakers.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida.
I would inquire as to my remaining time.
Gentleman has 19 and a half minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to respond to the argument of my colleague from Michigan. He says that our withdrawals must be events-based rather than time-based. I would ask, what events are we waiting for in Somalia exactly? Are we waiting for a Jeffersonian democracy to emerge there? Are we waiting for the sectarian violence that is dominated to automatically just dissolve into the sands? Are we waiting for some other foreign power? I would suggest that in many of these places, what we're actually waiting for is for these countries to take care of themselves and to demonstrate their own capabilities. Because the only way you form a nation is if your own fellow countrymen fight for and win that peace. That's how you develop national heroes like those we see throughout this great capital that is what a nation makes. A nation is not a bunch of Europeans drawing lines in Africa and then saying, this is what's what. We did that after the Second World War, and it's why Africa's been in some degree of turmoil since. And I would continue to present to the body that the government in Somalia is actually on the upswing. They are gaining territory. They are unifying people, and it is not as a consequence of U.S. presence. I would again seek unanimous consent to enter into the record a piece from the International Crisis Group, Sustaining Somalia's Offensive Against Al-Shabaab, and it is from 21 March 2023.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers and reserve and am prepared to close.
The gentleman's the first to close. Gentleman reserved. Gentleman yield back.
No, I want to close. So I'll.
Gentleman's
if
recognized.
I'm recognized to close. Very well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We must continue to bring to this floor areas in the world where U.S. troops are present, where there is no clear end game, where there is not an end state that is clearly achievable. What our generation has learned as a consequence of observing the great patriotism expressed by many of my colleagues who participated in this debate today is that we don't have the ability to beat an ideology out of anyone. We don't have an ability to go into these places that oftentimes have been riddled with bloodshed and violence and somehow convince them that a democracy or a parliamentary system is more beneficial than the greed that has been driving them for far too long. That is the story of the Middle East. That is the story of North Africa. And if my constituents have to go to Somalia and Syria, then I think everyone here should have to vote one way or the other. And I don't I don't expect to win that vote. But I was expecting probably during this discussion to maybe hear a little bit more about what is it that we expect these people to do in Somalia to ultimately get them out. What we've heard is some version of the argument that we got to fight them over there so we don't fight them over here, even though all the evidence in the record suggests that they don't have the capability to even strike us here. And that the harboring of terrorism that seems to justify the 2001 AUMF permission slip for American intervention, that in no way relates to the activities, capabilities, goals, ambitions of this particular group. What this group wants to do is they want to be able to overthrow the government in Somalia and orient Greater Somalia under their Sharia law. and they're losing in that fight. And what we see online, what many of us have received in briefings in Congress, is that when U.S. troops are present, that serves as a propaganda vehicle for a lot of these groups to be able to go out and recruit and add folks to their ranks. And that is certainly not what we want to see. And if the African Union had a greater role, if the African Union stepped up and worked to fill that vacuum with greater credibility with particular partners and particular localized clans, then that might achieve this objective in the absence of the death and the danger and the deployment that has got our military spread far too thin for far too long. I heard in my colleague's opening that we have to reject the siren song of isolationism. I would observe that globalism is no lullaby. It is often soaked in blood, mired in civil war and violence, and resulting in worse conditions than we found ourselves in. There are 17 million Somalis. I'm rooting for them. I hope that when my life ends, Somalia isn't synonymous with famine and failed states and civil wars and coups. I really hope that. But we must also exercise sufficient humility in this body to understand the capabilities of persuasion for a relatively small batch of American troops given the problem set. And I would return to the argument that I made earlier in this discussion. There is an opportunity cost to this in people. There are specific units that call my district home that are having to split between AFRICOM and INDOPACOM, when the reality is whether or not our children are speaking Mandarin, our grandchildren are having to get dominated by the Chinese Communist Party is not going to be the result of who wins the Battle of Mogadishu. It's going to be the result of who holds the high ground against our true-pacing adversaries. And becoming the neighborhood block captain of Somalia is certainly not the behavior of a serious country engaged in very serious challenges against serious adversaries. I thank my colleagues for their indulgence. I certainly thank the leadership for permitting me such time, and I would yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purposes of closing.
Gentleman's recognized.
In closing, I again oppose this resolution because it is not an effective or constitutionally sound approach to resolving the war powers questions in Somalia that many of us here are in fact looking to address. This resolution will harm U.S. interests in the Horn of Africa and make the American people less safe. To my colleagues who are serious about asserting Congress's constitutional role on issues of war and peace, let me say this. I have some encouragement from this debate, that we will have further debates on talking about Congress's responsibility. I look forward to joining with the gentleman from Florida, when I heard him talk about how climate change is affecting many of the areas on the continent. Look forward to working with you in that regards. Look forward to working with you and hope that we can get the Speaker to bring over the repeal of the AUMF of 2002 that the Senate recently has voted on, that we passed 2 years ago in the 117th Congress. So I come out of here looking at some areas of which we can work collectively on. And I urge you to join me, to let's talk and work so that we can repeal and replace the 2001 AUMF with a narrower and time-bound scope. The issues we are discussing here today are pressing and relevant, but there is a better approach. I look forward to undertaking that approach with both of my colleagues on the floor and all of my colleagues in a bipartisan basis, and hope that we will have this conversation and work closely together. Let me also make a correction. I gave credit to General Kelly on the statement of, if we don't put more money into diplomacy, we've got to spend more on bullets. That was General James Mattis. So I want to make sure I give proper credit to the appropriate person in our military. So let's work together. I think we have a real window of opportunity. You know, just listening to the president of South Korea, who just gave a wonderful speech here. He talked about how we won World War II and the Korean War together with our allies, saving democracies, putting our values first. Let's do it. I urge my colleagues to join me in opposing this resolution, and then let's work together in a bipartisan manner, particularly to help the continent of Africa. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, again, the gentleman from Florida, both of them are very well intentioned on this resolution today. And I firmly agree that Congress must reassert its Article 1 constitutional responsibility to declare war. This body must replace the 22-year-old counterterrorism AUMF with an authorization that focuses specifically on the threats that we face today. And yes, it must be both time and event-based, because frankly, I heard my colleague, a great patriot as well, Representative Gates, mention this may not be a threat. I got shivers down my spine, and I remembered something when I heard the former President Obama talk about ISIS as the JV team. Under this administration, we have wide open borders, and frankly, it is a direct security threat, and I am not comfortable taking our eye off the ball with an al-Shabaab that's well-funded, that has designs on killing Americans. This resolution, I do not believe, as a blanket statement, accomplishes very specific, targeted, time and event-based goals to keep Americans at home safe. Our troop presence in Somalia is small, serving primarily in a training role, has made critical national security gains, but also, as I'll mention again, I am a big Lions fan. And I learned growing up as a Lions fan that the reason we all knew the names of the offensive linemen is because our quarterbacks kept getting sacked. I learned very early that sometimes the best offensive linemen, the best small units, are the ones you never know their name. I believe that those nameless, faceless heroes all over the world, in corners that the administration has not justified in 22 years, deserve updated AUMFs with congressional authority and approval in order to justify their presence, putting their lives on the line at risk and being away from their families. We all agree that the way we are doing things is wrong and must be fixed. Now, let's work together to fix it. We would not even be having this conversation if not for the courage of my colleagues to stand up and force the issue. So I want to personally thank you. I have to address Mr. Speaker, I'd like to personally thank my colleagues for forcing this debate. It's long overdue, and I'm excited to do well by our servicemen and women all over the country. I again, with that, call on my colleagues to please join me in opposition to this resolution and commit to working with all of our colleagues to make sure the administration wants to send our men and women into harm's way. They better doggone well come to Congress first. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to the order of the House of Wednesday, April 26, 2023, the previous question is ordered on the concurrent resolution. The question is on the adoption of the concurrent resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in favor say no. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Gentleman from Florida.
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote of the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have arisen, and yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, effective today, pursuant to the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code 1601 et sec, and Section 12302 of Title 10, United States Code, and in order to respond to the national emergency, declare an Executive Order 14059 of December 15, 2021, imposing sanctions on foreign persons involved in the global illicit drug trade. I am authorizing the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of Homeland Security to order the active duty such units and individual members of the Ready Reserve under the jurisdiction of the Secretary concerned as the Secretary considers necessary, consistent with the terms of Section 12302 of Title 10, United States Code. The authorities that have been invoked will ensure the Department of Defense can properly sustain its support of the Department of Homeland Security concerning international drug trafficking along the southwest border. A copy of the executive order I have issued is enclosed. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., the White House, April 27, 2023.
Referred to the Committee on Armed Services and ordered printed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to call of the Chair.
Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of House Concurrent Resolution 30, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 30, concurrent resolution directing the President, pursuant to Section 5C of the War Powers Resolution, to remove all United States Armed Forces other than United States Armed Forces assigned to protect the United States Embassy from Somalia.
The question is on adoption of the concurrent resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. The yeas are 102, the nays are 321. The concurrent resolution is not adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
For what purpose is the gentleman from South Carolina raised?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the proceedings had during the recess be printed in the record.
Without objection? The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Can we get some order, please?
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize and honor the bravery of one man.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Robert Aiken, the first printer for the Journals of Congress. Prior to the American Revolution, all Bibles entering America were imported from Britain. Shortly after America declared its independence, Mr. Aiken petitioned the Continental Congress to approve a version of the Bible for use in schools. This text became the first Bible printed in English in North America, and the first Bible approved and recommended by the American Congress. Our founders keenly understood the importance of religious liberty, and I remain thankful for their integrity in recognizing the Holy Scriptures as a document worth protecting. Accordingly, I am entering the Aiken Bible into the congressional record to ensure that this document is made public to the American people throughout history. I commend the excellence of Robert Aiken and his pursuit of virtue in the public square. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just over a week ago, I spoke on the House floor in support of a bipartisan debt ceiling framework proposed by the Problem Solvers Caucus. Unfortunately, rather than taking up this framework, or one that can actually get signed into law, the majority advanced a partisan framework that'll leave working families, seniors, and veterans behind. According to the Joint Economic Committee, this partisan proposal could slash education funding for 143,000 students, cut funding for 44,000 veterans, jeopardize 17,000 families living below the poverty level, threaten housing access for 35,000, roll back investments in the Triangle's new innovative technologies that support good-paying jobs. And that's just in North Carolina's 13th congressional district alone. Listen, I support fiscal responsibility, but this proposal is anything but responsible. I implore my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to come to the table in good faith because the stakes are too high. Let's have a reasonable and responsible conversation to avoid defaulting on the debt.
The gentleman's time has now expired.
Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the body for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the body for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Miss Renee Atkinson of Aner High School for being named South Carolina's Teacher of the Year. Aner High School and the entire Horry County School District are blessed to have such a dedicated public servant who has touched the lives of so many of our children in her 20-year teaching career. Not only is she exceptional in the classroom, but she devotes time to help other teachers in Horry County learn and grow. Our country's future relies on great teachers like Miss Atkinson who mold and shape the lives of our young adults. I want to thank her for her passion and her service to our community. We appreciate the mark that she has left on our students, our community, and the great state of South Carolina. This is a much-deserved recognition. Congratulations again, Miss Atkinson. Mr. Speaker, I yield my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, America must pay its bills and must not default. Failure to do so would trigger massive job loss, a recession, and rising costs. Congress must raise the debt limit as previously done on a bipartisan basis because this cannot and should not fall on the backs of Eastern North Carolinians, rural Americans, and the American people. Mr. Speaker, we must not engage in the politics of division and uncertainty, and we must always protect the full faith and credit of the United States. I hope we can come to a bipartisan resolution to deliver for Eastern North Carolina and America. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Republicans' ineffectual, outright wrong economic policies are bringing our country to the brink of default and opening the door to crippling financial hardships for America's working families. In addition to catapulting our nation into economic instability, the House Republican Default on America bill will cause unemployment to double, the stock market to crash, and mortgage and student loan rates to skyrocket. The Republican budget cuts vital funding to schools, forces communities to lay off thousands of first responders, and increases housing costs. Rather than discuss the budget in good faith, Republicans are intent on holding the full faith and credit of the United States hostage. Under the guise of responsible spending, Republicans are destroying our economy and putting the lives and livelihood of millions of Americans at risk in the process. House Democrats stand united in working for the people and building an economy that lowers costs, creates good-paying jobs, and makes communities safer. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of Bud Stack, a decorated military veteran, a loving father, and a servant to his community. A native of North Carolina, Bud joined the U.S. Navy, where he became a career pilot and officer and graduated from George Washington University. He served in Vietnam as an A-6 pilot based on an aircraft carrier and received many military honors for his service. After retiring from the U.S. Navy, he worked with Grumman Aeronautics, Saudi Arabia Civil Air Safety, and later returned to Savannah with Gulfstream and Flight Safety International. Always dedicated to his family, Bud made frequent trips to Brazil, where his sons lived and grew up. Bud shared his love for Christ with stints in the nursery and as a Sunday school teacher at Bull Street Baptist. He also assisted in the college ministry as well as ministering through meals to the elderly. He participated in several mission trips, with one to Israel being particularly special. My thoughts and prayers are with his family and friends. Bud will be dearly missed by all who knew him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maine seek recognition?
Speak to the House for 1 minute and revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize a Mainer whose acts of kindness and love touched the lives of so many, even though most never knew his name until now. On every Valentine's Day since 1979, Kevin Farman of Falmouth, Maine, has anonymously papered the greater Portland area with red hearts with the help of family and friends. Known as the Valentine's Day Bandit, he would blanket the city with hearts large and small in an enduring love letter to Portland, Maine. Every morning on February 14th, Portland residents and visitors would wake up and walk the streets of the city covered in reminders of unconditional love, handed out without any expectation of recognition or thanks. The identity of the Valentine's Day Bandit remained a mystery that confounded and delighted Mainers for decades, until now. Kevin passed away unexpectedly this past weekend, and his family decided it was finally time to unmask the man who had left an indelible mark on the city of Portland. Kevin never wanted recognition during his life, but his family wanted to honor him in his passing. I want to thank Kevin's family for sharing him with us for so long and for allowing us the opportunity to say thank you and honor him now in his passing. May his legacy of love transcend his life and continue to inspire us to show kindness to one another every single day of the year. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does a gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to praise Bobby Wilson and her attempts to rid our neighborhoods of the invasive spotted lanternflies. Bobby Wilson is 9 years old and a young lady from Caldwell, New Jersey. When she learned about the dangers of spotted lanternflies, she made it her mission to collect and destroy as many of them as possible. This invasive species is so dangerous to local plants and trees that ecologists urge residents to squash them on site. Unfortunately, a local Republican Party leader called the police on her. He said he was scared when he saw the young 9-year-old black female in his neighborhood. I am livid that even black children doing good deeds are subjected to the abject
The gentleman's
racism
time has expired.
that infects this country. Luckily, Bobby was praised locally and nationally for her efforts.
The gentleman's time has expired.
But no child should have to go through that type of recognition for her efforts that were so applauded in her community. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Unanimously address the House.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the UN visit to my Minnesota district to advance racial justice and equality in the context of law enforcement and address the historical oppression of black and brown people in our country. It has been nearly 3 years to the day since George Floyd was murdered at the hands of Minneapolis Police Department. Sadly, since then, the number of black people killed by police has only increased, with over 1,000 police shootings a year in 2021 and 2020. This is a systematic issue that requires a systematic solution. That's why, in the wake of the killing of Daunte Wright and George Floyd, I introduced a package of bills, including the Protecting Our Protesters Act, the National Police Misuse of Force Investigation Act, and the Global Police Brutality Resolution. Following the murder of Amir Lak, I introduced the End Deadly No-Knock Warrant Act. We can and we must fight systematic racial injustices in our criminal justice system from the
gentlewoman's time has
disproportionate
expired.
arrests and incarceration rates of black and brown people face to marijuana laws
The
that
gentlewoman's time has
criminalize black
expired.
people. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to celebrate the University High School Science Bowl team. Recently, University High School competed in the National Science Bowl's regional competition, hosted annually at the NASA Jet Propulsion Lab. Over 100 students from Southern California took part in this intense Jeopardy-like tournament. It's a marathon, not a sprint, but these students were ready to run it. The team spent months mastering the curriculum, which included everything from natural sciences to advanced mathematics. And their hard work paid off. Against 19 of the brightest teams, University High School prevailed. This is now the school's 5th victory at the Regional Science Bowl in the past 6 years. I'm honored to celebrate these students' achievement and cheer them on as they head to nationals. Keep making Orange County proud.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, for as long as I've been here in the United States Congress, which is more than 2 decades, we've been fighting to add to the Constitution a perfectly sensible amendment. One that does not offend the American people. It simply says the Equal Rights Amendment declares that women are equal in this nation, from the early suffragette days to the days of Sojourner Truth and Harriet Tubman and Susan B. Anthony. That is only a fair statement that the rights of women should be considered part of the Constitution. Unfortunately, today, the United States Senate voted it down when 51 of our senators, including Senator Elizabeth Warren, who I met outside the Senate chambers, wanted to make sure that the Constitution stood on its 4 points of equality, justice, opportunity, and democracy. We will continue to fight until the Equal Rights Amendment fairly is passed in this nation, and for the world to see, as they have admired us for our principles of freedom, that we believe in freedom for all the people of this nation, men and women and families. That is extremely important. Sad that it was voted down today by our friends on the other side of the aisle. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because all levels of government need to do a better job of getting the taxpayer dollars to the classroom and teachers instead of bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. and the capitals of our respective states. From Washington, D.C. to Sacramento to the county governments, far too much educational money is squandered on administrators and central planning bureaucracies. I see a path, Mr. Speaker, to paying our teachers up to 12% more without spending an additional dollar from current federal or state budgets. This week, I'm introducing a bill that I hope eases the pain for teachers and students in the classroom. My Cash to Classrooms Act will ensure states are not allowed to use backwards, regressive formulas for school funding called Average Daily Allowance, or ADA. In California, statewide data for the 2021-2022 school year shows that an ADA to enrollment ratio of 91.4%. That means that 8.6% of what should be the average school's budget is withheld because of absentee rates at the state level. So that's an 8.6% reduction to their full funding because of a metric that, frankly, the schools and teachers can't control. The teachers and principals largely can't control who comes to school on a given day. In many cases, the students and parents themselves can't control when they come to school. In California, there was a waiver that allowed schools to be fully funded despite absences because of COVID, but that waiver itself is now gone. But also in California, many schools still today require students to stay home if they test positive for COVID, regardless of the symptoms. So students aren't allowed to come to school, but the schools are forced to eat the cost. Now, I've heard from parents in Lancaster, California, and Palmdale, California, in my district, that they actually won't let their kids walk to school on certain days because they would have to walk there alone, and the neighborhoods aren't safe enough for them to do so, and there's not enough busing options for them. So on the days when the parents are unable to drive the kids to school, they keep them home. Again, not within the control of the schools and not within the control of the teachers. So we can't blame the parents or the teachers or the students for any of this. There's a policy failure in Sacramento, and part of this is making sure that we keep our communities safe and we give our communities busing options. But again, the schools pay the price when kids don't show up for school. In reality, this average daily attendance policy is actually very regressive. It's particularly regressive for disadvantaged groups. It hurts the underfunded districts, the poor neighborhoods, the schools with higher percentage of minorities the most. These are the schools that need the funding the most, the schools that have the highest ratios of students to teachers, the schools that have the toughest challenges with recruiting and retaining teachers in the classroom. These are especially the districts that can't afford to pay for buses and additional costs to adequately provide for special ed children. These poor teachers and principals are calling parents nonstop after school to try to get the kids to come back to school. They do so many times on their own dime and on their own time, and some schools have even gone so far as to put extra people on the payroll for the sole purpose of ensuring accurate attendance counts, not for the students' sake, but to prevent more money from being lost from the capitals. This in turn pulls even more resources and funding that could be used for teacher pay or class enrichment. Schools are having attendance competitions in the classrooms now. I've seen it firsthand at my own child's school. But having an attendance competition as a teacher, it's like having passengers have an on-time departure competition on a commercial airline. You can root for an on-time departure as a passenger, but in reality, you have no say whether the flight takes off on time. Teachers and principals can root for higher attendance rates, but the reality is they can't really control it, yet they pay for it when there are absences. So if you want better quality teachers and more of them, you don't defund the school budgets because of attendance. This is actually an evil practice. Only 7 states, including my state of California, unfortunately, utilize this average daily attendance or ADA method. There's a reason why 85% of the states don't do this. It's because it aggravates the problems of attendance in our public schools, and it doesn't make sense. Let's pay our teachers more and not less. Let's get resources into the classroom and not fewer. And let's not let bureaucratic agencies pocket the cash on underruns that are created as a result of absentees in the classroom. In my district alone, the local schools are getting only about 90% of their funding because of this archaic way of funding schools. We can give the teachers a 10% pay raise with that money if we didn't fund schools this way. This would actually attract more talent, better quality workforce, and keep that talent in the classrooms longer. And here's another lever, Mr. Speaker. Administrators at the Department of Education here in Washington, D.C. on average make 2 times more than teachers in classrooms in California. The administrators here, the bureaucrats in D.C. within the Department of Education make $120,000 on average every year. Let's pay the bureaucrats less and pay the teachers more. Mr. Speaker, I'm committed to ensuring money is spent at the lowest levels of government. A dollar spent from the federal government behaves like 15 cents by the time it gets to the classroom. So let's download the funds to the local districts, get it out of the state bureaucrats, the DC bureaucrats, and let's ensure the states fully fund their schools despite attendance rates. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a community giant and a historical leader of the Antelope Valley who is celebrating his 90th birthday this week, Mr. Bishop Hearns, Sr. of Lancaster, California. Bishop Hearns came from humble beginnings growing up as a sharecropper in Mississippi. Driven by the desire to serve, he went on to fight for our nation overseas in Korea within the U.S. Army. He came home and completed his education to become an engineer. He then started working at our beloved Air Force Base, Edwards Air Force Base out in our district, and had a groundbreaking career there. And upon his retirement from engineering, Bishop Hearns decided to continue on his life's path of service by being the first African-American official elected in Lancaster, ultimately becoming mayor of Lancaster. A multitude of accomplishments for a wonderful and heroic man, and for someone I personally have great respect for in many ways, and especially as a spiritual leader in our communities. As the Antelope Valley gathers to celebrate Bishop Hearns' life, I, too, express my thanks and gratitude for his lifetime of continued service, of leadership, and being a role model for all of us. And may his patriotic and heroic life be a guiding light for all of us. Mr. Speaker, with a myriad of crises under the President's current watch, from the border to our national security and, yes, to our economy and national debt, you would think that President Biden would be eager to come to the negotiation table with us as a majority House leaders here in the House of Representatives, to have the debates about the debt ceiling and have the conversations about viable solutions that actually get our economy back on track and ensure that we don't default on our debt later this year. But as we're learning, that's not the case. It turns out he doesn't seem to want to come for negotiations and sit down at the table with us with an outlook to get to a solution. But how do we get here, Mr. Speaker? Let's take a trip down memory lane, and let me remind you that macroeconomics is like physics with a dollar sign in front of it. For every action, there's a reaction. For every input, there's an output. And when you look back over the years, for a number of years, up until 2020, you'll see that our annual budget, our nation's annual operating budget, was essentially a flat line. It was about $1.3 trillion every year from about 2009 to 2020. But in 2021, the number became $1.4 trillion. In 2022, the number was $1.5 trillion. And in 2023, this last fiscal year, the number grew to $1.7 trillion. And this year, when the President comes to Congress with his budget request, we see that he is asking now for $1.9 trillion. You see these numbers and figures depicted here. This line, instead of being flat and linear, has gone upwards and parabolic. And looking at that from a 2020 budget versus what the President is asking for today with $1.9 trillion requested, that's a growth of 46% in just 4 years. And that doesn't include the $6 trillion of liquidity pumped into the market spaces and various federal agencies, state agencies, from the America Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Package. There's still $6 trillion of additional liquidity in addition to these annual operating budgets in the market space. So this really is, Mr. Speaker, an existential conversation that we're having about the economy right now. The President and the far left have been walking us into a turning propeller. And we all know that's a bad thing. In the House, the majority just recently, yesterday, passed a good compromise bill, a fiscally conservative bill that addresses this concerning sharp increase in federal spending while also raising the debt ceiling, a looming situation we all must address soon before it turns into another crisis under Joe Biden's watch. The bill effectively allows us to avoid walking into the turning propeller. It's called the Limit, Save, and Grow Act, and it will actually provide $4.8 trillion in total savings and cost avoidance. It'll claw back billions of dollars of unspent COVID dollars that are still out there. It'll repeal the additional funding for 87,000 additional IRS agents, and it'll unleash American energy production to lower energy costs for American families, make us more energy independent, and put a stop on the bad federal spending habits from the last 3 years that we've seen here. This bill looks to reset our annual operating budget to fiscal year 22, which you can see is it's not an extreme position. First of all, FY22 was just 6 months ago, and we were operating under those constraints. And as you can see, it's about the midpoint of our funding profile over the last 4 years. So this is a compromise bill. It is a great position to be in for fiscal conservatives, and it's something that the President should embrace and come to the table and have negotiations. And oh, by the way, this bill does protect Social Security and Medicare, and it does not harm veteran benefits, if some have been pushing a narrative as. This is good for our veterans, this is good for our economy, and it's good for the future of Social Security and Medicare, things that I have been very vocal about supporting over the last several years. These false narratives about conservatives threatening Social Security and Medicare and VA benefits are outright lies. We are working to actually protect those programs, not jeopardize them. Now, President Biden has shown little to no interest in coming to the negotiation table to pass a fiscally responsible bill that addresses the debt ceiling. And as I said at the beginning, there are many crises that need to be solved at the hand of President Biden, and all roads seem to be leading to the White House when we look at our blizzard of crises that we're experiencing right now. And we can add to this blizzard of crises the debt ceiling that's imminently looming in front of us. And as the House Republicans bring forth solutions, the President should work with us and implement these solutions as the President of the United States. And at a minimum, he should be willing to come to the negotiation table and in good faith have these conversations, make the compromises to get to a solution just as our founding fathers would want him to. Mr. Speaker, just 120 years ago, and after humans have been around for some 300,000 years, we figured out how to fly in our own atmosphere. And just 2 years ago, we figured out how to fly a helicopter in the Martian atmosphere. Last fall, Artemis completed its historic trip around the moon, the farthest flight on a deep space mission in a machine that's rated for human occupancy. And just last week, SpaceX, under the leadership of Elon Musk, launched the largest rocket and largest flying vehicle ever flown on this planet. We are truly in a new space renaissance and a new golden era for the great American journey to the moon and ultimately to Mars and beyond. And for the folks watching at home, if you've been reading the headlines, you know that Congress has been debating several important and frankly existential topics here recently. Whether you're reading about the approaching debt limit crisis, our open borders, the evacuation of Americans in Sudan, the increasing aggressions from the Chinese Communist Party and the CCP, or the fentanyl crisis ravaging our hometowns as a result of the open border policies, it's easy to get the idea that everything is all doom and gloom in the world today. And don't get me wrong, I understand these are very serious issues, and of course, issues that Congress needs to be hitting head on, and our president needs to be doing the same. But some in our country have forgotten and gotten so fixated on the pointing of the finger at Americans and our beautiful country and trying to say how bad we are that they've lost sight of just how exceptional we are and how we still inspire many in our country and across the globe. I stood here in this same spot 2 years ago and said, as a nation, we're thirsty for something to rally behind, something that unifies us, something that we can all be invested in, be intrigued by, be passionate about, and something to be positive about. And there isn't a better movement to get behind than our nation's modern space program. And I believe in those words as strongly today as I said them then. And in addition to the compliments I mentioned earlier, in the past 2 years, NASA and American companies have launched Artemis 1, supercharging the mission to establish a permanent human presence on the lunar surface. We've sent the James Webb Telescope to the far side of the moon to provide a generational leap in our understanding of the earliest days of the universe. SpaceX in the last 2 years has launched 31 payloads, and NASA has named recently the next 4 humans to go to the moon. And just recently, these 4 crew members were named as the Artemis 2 crew. I'd like to point out that 3 out of 4 of these are F-18 pilots. One of them is a Canadian. And Miss Christina Koch, who's an award-winning astronaut herself from North Carolina, will keep them all online, I'm sure. But I want to say congratulations to the Artemis 2 crew. You guys have worked hard for this. You're going to represent the American pinnacle experience in space over the next several years and represent us well as you have in the past. And my point here, Mr. Speaker, is twofold. One, that despite all of the discord and fighting by elected officials, when government agencies are judiciously regulated and supported by Congress, and when they partner with private entities that hire the best minds our country can offer, we can still achieve the impossible. The public-private partnership with NASA and its commercial partners is working. The international partnerships between NASA and their counterparts overseas is working. The second point I'll make is that none of this would have been possible without the 27th Congressional District of California. Ever since October 14, 1947, when Chuck Yeager freed mankind from the constraints of the sound barrier, the Antelope Valley has been synonymous with aerospace innovation. That's why it's known more frequently as the Aerospace Valley instead of the Antelope Valley. We're not now only the home to Edwards Air Force Base, but also to the Air Force's Plant 42, or the next generation of military aircraft like the B-21 and F-35 are developed and built to ensure that we maintain air dominance over any nation that would challenge us. We also have the NASA Armstrong Flight Research Center, where the X-59 is being developed to bring quiet supersonic flight. Mr. Speaker, it's an aircraft that can fly supersonic and be hardly heard from the ground by the time it's all done. A fantastic development program, making the entire world more accessible than has ever been before with commercial supersonic flight. The aerospace value is a source of immense pride for my constituents, for myself, just like how our space missions are a source of pride for the entire nation. And I say again, as I said 2 years ago, Mr. Speaker, that we have no excuses to not be inspired, and we in Congress have no excuses to not support these exceptional programs in earnest and with pride, and we have no choice. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share my appreciation for all the brave men and women who have selflessly served the nation in the United States Armed Forces. America is the greatest nation on earth because of the many generations that have fought to preserve the freedoms and liberties that we enjoy as Americans. As a former U.S. Naval aviator, I flew over 30 combat missions during Operation Iraqi Freedom, and I understand the service and sacrifice that our nation's veterans and their families make. For generations, young men and women have answered our nation's call to serve, from the shores of Normandy to the jungles of Vietnam and the mountains of Afghanistan. Our U.S. service members have protected the beacon of democracy and her allies throughout the world. This is a debt that we cannot repay well enough. Over the past year, we've lost members of the greatest generation in my district, including a gentleman by the name of Lou Moore and another by the name of Richard Manning. I had the honor of meeting these World War II heroes, these patriots who lived a life of service to our nation. And may God bless these American heroes. To all of our Vietnam veterans, thank you and welcome home. With all that said, we must ensure that we're actually taking better care of our heroes and our veterans. As a member of Congress, my top priority will always be constituent services, and one of the greatest honors of my staff and I is to have the ability to assist veterans with federal agency casework. Most often it's with the Department of Veterans Affairs. Since just last year, we have assisted over 200 veterans and stand ready to assist many more. And I want to take this time to especially thank two of my staffers, incredible caseworkers, a lady by the name of Chris Ward and another by the name of Frances Brown. These are the best constituent caseworkers in the nation, and Chris and Frances have processed hundreds of incoming requests from our veterans and participate in various outreach programs throughout our communities every week so that our office can be as helpful to veterans, be as accessible to our veterans as possible. And I'm proud of all the work that Chris and Frances have done and continue to fight for our veterans. We've helped veterans get wrongly accumulated debt canceled. Chris and Frances have done this to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt. We've ensured that veterans are receiving their benefits and assisted veterans in changing their disability rating to match the reality of their current conditions. Veterans that have served our nation should never have to worry about having their basic needs met or their privileges and rights honored. A veteran in our community was trying to obtain his 100% service-connected disability for years. After contacting our office, one of our caseworkers worked with the VA and got the VA to recognize his unemployability. This deems the veteran 100% disabled due to being unemployable and therefore pays him as if he is 100% service-connected disabled. This veteran was swiftly approved, received a back payment of $6,000, and now receives his annual stipend of $3,600 per month. This veteran's casework success story is just one of many that come from our office, and I'm super proud of all the work that my team does. I say this not to brag about my team, although I'm very proud of them, but instead I say this to encourage more veterans to reach out. If it's taking you more than a couple of days, please reach out and we can help you accelerate that process, especially with the VA. And since being elected to Congress, I've co-sponsored numerous pieces of legislation to assist our families, our military families and veterans, including bipartisan bills to improve VA healthcare accessibility and benefits to veterans suffering from disabilities related to toxic chemical exposure, provide veterans with PTSD access to therapy dogs, and create a global war on terror memorial on the National Mall. And I'll continue to work on behalf of our nation's veterans through through both casework and legislation to help bring needed assistance and honor to those that served our country. God bless all those who have served. You shouldn't have to call your member of Congress to get the help, but we are honored to help you and serve you, and we encourage all veterans to reach out if they need the help. Mr. Speaker, the VA needs to do better for our veterans. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to a fellow conservative, someone who has been a mentor and a leader not only in this body but in the classrooms herself. She's the chair of the the Committee on Education, Dr. Virginia Fox from North Carolina.
I thank my colleague for yielding. Mr. Speaker, President Biden is waging a war on America's workforce. First, he made the Anti-Worker PRO Act the legislative priority. Then his Department of Labor proposed a rule to extinguish opportunities for workers who want to be independent contractors. Now his hand-picked nominee, Julie Su, has barely made it through the department-controlled Senate Help Committee on a party line vote, paving the way for her to head the agency overseeing our nation's workforce. As California's Secretary of Labor, Su was the architect and chief enforcers of AB 5, a bill that mirrors current federal anti-worker proposals like the PRO Act and DOL's proposed rule. Nearly 80% of independent contractors prefer their current status to traditional employment. AB 5 forced many independent contractors to be reclassified or lose work opportunities. Many Californians lost their livelihoods. Most rejected the bill through a statewide referendum. AB 5 sank in such spectacular fashion that over 100 industry exemptions were created, from recording artists and songwriters to dog walkers and home cleaners. This is the policy that Democrats tacitly endorse by supporting Julie Su for Secretary of Labor. I've talked at length with independent contract workers whose livelihoods are put in peril by Julie Su. Let me explain her nomination and confirmation from their perspective. In the eyes of truckers, Su places 350,000 owner-operator jobs at risk. Truckers worked tirelessly to keep our economy afloat during the pandemic, and this is their repayment? In the eyes of journalists, Julie Su's confirmation tells them the independence of freelancing is not valuable to their industry. In the eyes of tutors, Su is a slap in the face for those who help save students from falling through the cracks during the pandemic. Many tutors are independent contractors, and 2 of every 3 are women. They wouldn't have a place in Su's workforce. In the eyes of every worker who files a 1099 on tax day, Julie Su is an assault on their way of life. Many members have rightly criticized Julie Su for her long track record of incompetence, like how she lost $31 billion to unemployment fraud in California. But Biden has already proven he'll staff his cabinet with woefully unqualified and incompetent secretaries. Look at Mayor Pete. I'm worried about Su being an activist for Biden's pro-union boss and anti-worker agenda. So it's no wonder that industry groups lined up against her confirmation in a rare display of agreement in Washington. Her destiny might be out of the House's hands, but I can end with a promise. As chairwoman of the Committee on Education and the Workforce, I promise to conduct robust oversight of the Labor Department or the department of any radical who threatens our nation's workforce. Will deliver to independent workers, to truckers, journalists, tutors, and more, much deserved accountability from their federal government. Thank you, and I yield back.
Dr. Fox, and thank you for being outspoken on this issue. No one associated with AB 5. I come from California. I've seen the devastating effects it's had on independent contractors. A record number of Californians leaving. No one associated with AB 5 should be allowed to be in charge of the Department of Labor, so thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to voice support for my bill, the Raising Annual Income of Service Members by Enhancing Minimum Base Pay Act, or the RAISE Act, which would provide our junior enlisted service members a much-needed pay raise to a minimum of the equivalent of $15 an hour, or roughly $31,200 per year. As a former naval aviator and officer who represents a district that has an impact on many facets of our military and defense, I've seen firsthand just how much our nation has neglected America's secret weapon, our heroic service members. I stand here to say today that this ends. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the chart next to me, this details the monthly pay that our junior enlisted service members currently make. Starting out as an E1 with less than 2 years, you can see a monthly salary of just $1,695, or roughly $20,340 a year. It's the equivalent of about $11 an hour when you normalize it for a 40-hour work week. Let that sink in. $11 an hour for someone putting their life on the line. And it's not until they're in for a few years and have been promoted a couple times that they make the equivalent of $15 an hour, or roughly $31,000 a year. In other words, it takes serving your country for several years, signing away some of your basic rights and freedom, shaving your head, leaving home for 6 to 12 months, putting your life on the line, and going through a multitude of sacrifices for our service members to make as much as what a McDonald's worker starts at. This is embarrassing, and it's flat out wrong. And that's why we must pass the Raise Minimum Base Pay Act, or work this initiative into this year's National Defense Authorization Act, to get our service members a pay raise that they so desperately need right now. About 30% of our enlisted troops actually qualify for food stamps. Now, I won't stand here at this podium and feign support for big bills that provide small support for our troops. I won't do it. Our nation faces a recruitment and retention shortfall that we've never seen before, the steepest in over 50 years. This is a frightening concern for our nation's security, and especially when we see peer threats like the Chinese Communist Party continue to grow their military, not just in terms of headcount, but also capabilities and technologies, with their eyes fixated on a potential invasion of Taiwan and the elimination long-term of the United States. So now, yes, right now, we must get our service members a pay raise and continue to improve quality of life issues for them so that we can strengthen our military's positioning, and strengthen its recruitment and retention, and get our service members a much-needed pay raise. Mr. Speaker, any NDAA this year that fails to adequately address this issue, fails to take care of our most precious weapon system, our troops, is not a good NDAA. It's way past due to do what is right for the warfighter, and Mr. Speaker, I'm committed to do so this year. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to encourage both parties in this chamber to add a pinch of salt to our legislative diets for the sake of the middle-class taxpayers. The 2017 Tax Cut and Jobs Act, or TCJA, was the catalyst under the previous Trump administration that fueled the booming economy from 2018 through 2020, before COVID impacted us and before President Biden and Speaker Pelosi went on their out-of-control spending sprees. These out-of-control spending sprees ultimately led to record-high debt, record-high inflation rates that we're very, very familiar with here today. But the TCJA, or the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, actually lowered taxes for all tax brackets and doubled the standard deduction for single and married filers. But, Mr. Speaker, the TCJA had a bit of a middle finger that was aimed at primarily blue states like mine, the great state of California. It imposed a $10,000 state and local tax cap, or SALT cap, for both married and single tax filers. And what this meant is that if you paid more than $10,000 in state and local income tax or property tax, you couldn't actually deduct more than $10,000 of those taxes within your federal tax returns. So despite overall lower tax rates and a doubling of the standard deduction, many middle-class Americans were actually hurt by this SALT cap and were net negative within the construct of the TCJA from 2017. And at the time, in 2017, a $10,000 limit seemed like a lot, but in today's dollars, because of the record high inflation I mentioned earlier, we've seen it over the last 30 months, $10,000 now behaves like the equivalent of $7,000 today in terms of the deduction. And at the time, in 2017, only California, New York, and New Jersey were really affected by this cap. But since 2017, the median home value has nearly doubled in almost every state nationwide. So now states that have any income tax or any property tax are hearing from voters and their constituents that this SALT cap at $10,000 is actually affecting them as well. And then at the time in 2017, this was seen as a white-collar, upper-class problem. But in California, New York, and New Jersey, we knew better. We knew that if you own a home and had a job, you're likely affected by this cap. This is very much a middle-class, blue-collar taxpayer problem in my state, and especially in my district. And at the time in 2017, conservatives paid no attention to the fact that the cap was $10,000 whether or not you're married. You can be single, $10,000 cap. Married, $10,000 cap. They failed to recognize that this was in fact a marriage penalty that they were imposing. So today, Mr. Speaker, I rise to encourage us all to add a pinch of salt to our legislative agenda. Even doubling the deduction from $10,000 to $20,000 would still generate 75% of the estimated $800 billion of revenue created by this cap over a 10-year period. We can still achieve most of the revenue from billionaires with a $20,000 cap. But we also, with that $20,000 cap, would allow middle-class Americans to keep more in their pocket. To my colleagues on this side of the aisle who see this as a California problem and say, hey, screw California, I won't support subsidizing California's broken tax policies. Well, I want to remind you that if you ignore these challenges, you pretend like these problems don't affect you, you don't screw California, because ultimately California screws you. And our problems become your problems. Our state problems become federal problems, and our tax policies influence federal tax policies. And I also want to remind folks that California's GDP is roughly 750% larger than states like Tennessee, and is actually 150% larger than the next biggest state GDP. California, we don't talk about the burden of subsidizing the other states in terms of GDP and revenue, so we should not look at the SALT deduction cap as an issue of states subsidizing California on the tax side. And make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, Californians, we pay way too much in taxes, and Sacramento is beyond dysfunctional. It's actually offensive how much we pay in taxes, but we can right-size the SALT deduction limit at the federal level to account for today's realities, and this would help all Americans. The TCJA turns into a pumpkin and it expires in 2025, but our party and conservatives have an opportunity to address the discrepancies of the SALT cap within TCJA before them, and we have an opportunity to shape this policy while we have the majority. And Mr. Speaker, on our side of the aisle, we have a significant number of members from California, New York, New Jersey, whose constituents will accept nothing less than a real legislative victory on the SALT cap. And why should they accept anything less? Their daily reality is the madness of bad economic policies that come from Sacramento and Albany, and compounded by bad policies here in D.C. like the SALT cap. So I'm telling you, Mr. Speaker, a pinch of salt in this session will ensure fiscal conservatives keep the reins for another Congress. Ignoring the issue ensures that the far left will not only regain control of the spending side, but also regain control of our tax codes that are going to be up for a vote in 2025. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this time to congratulate the Hart High girls soccer team on their recent CIF championship. These young women showed up and gave it all every single game this last season, and now they are the Southern California regional champions. And they're recognized as one of the best soccer teams in the state, and I'd say probably one of the best soccer teams in the nation. And I recently had the pleasure of welcoming the Hart High girls soccer team to my Santa Clarita office earlier this week. I saw young leaders, young women, who work hard, disciplined, not only in soccer, but also with their academics. They've accomplished so much at such a young age and have displayed what young athletic and leadership comes out of our beautiful congressional 27th district in California. So congratulations to the Hart High girls soccer team. You guys are a shining example of how great our communities are, and you make us all proud. Mr. Speaker, across our country, K through 12 students are preparing to wrap up school as the summer nears. They have undoubtedly faced a tough academic year that for some has unfortunately been marked by the scourge of violence that continues to impact our nation's schools. This national problem extends from fights on campuses to local crime that has violent crime that breaks out near the campuses that induces lockdowns, to evil targeted shootings like we saw in Nashville just a couple of weeks ago. And as our nation's children recess for the summer, it's on Congress to use this time to work towards meaningful solutions that protect our kids as much as they work to protect themselves. Since the stewardship of President Reagan, our country has retained and demonstrated a time-tested doctrine of peace through strength to keep the homeland safe. He knew then, President Reagan, as we still see today, that anything less than a full projection of strength and willingness to protect our own invites attacks from evil actors. The same principle, which has been employed by our nation for the better part of 50 years, should also apply to our most precious asset, our children. As Americans, we need to be willing to plainly demonstrate to any person set on attacking our kids in school that any effort to do so will be met with swift and devastating force. That's why I introduced the Securing School Safety for Students Act, which would require and fund at least 2 school resource officers for every 500 students in public school in the United States using leftover unobligated COVID funds. These school resource officers would be trained, they would be armed. We would have 2 for every 500 students. That gives the school the opportunity to have multiple locations for these resource officers to put down any threats as quickly as possible. Some of these SROs actually exist today, but recent data shows that only about 45% of the schools have a dedicated SRO on campus at least once a week. And Mr. Speaker, that's not good enough. Our children deserve better. We are surrounded by armed guards here in the Capitol on a daily basis. Every door we walk in, every building we go into, there are armed guards around us. And Mr. Speaker, my life, your life, are not more important than the lives of our children. They deserve to be protected as well. And a proportionate amount of SROs on campuses for students sends a clear, unwavering message that we will protect our students from any harm. It's critical that we take lessons learned from recent instances of violence and use them to address existing shortfalls and gaps in our schools, from hardening campuses to protect students to investing in the mental health facilities of staff and as well as the students. Another bill that I've brought forward to this body is the Safe Schools Act, which again uses existing unspent COVID funds that have already been obligated to schools and school districts to improve their own security and make proper investments in programs that prevent violence. For example, under this bill, schools would be allowed to use funds that were previously earmarked specifically for COVID relief and train teachers and faculty on how to best assist children experiencing a mental health crisis and provide immediate support when issues arise. And if you ask me, that sounds like a great use of our underrun on COVID funding. Mr. Speaker, this fight is a personal one for me. Like too many other folks in this chamber, my own community has been touched by school violence. When just a few years ago at Saugus High School, my alma mater, 2 young lives were taken too soon because of an act of violence. We can take meaningful action without sacrificing our duty to protect the constitutional rights of every American. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to encourage support for my bill, H.R. 1627, the Sergeant Steve Owen Defending Our Defenders Act. It's critical legislation that would make the murdering of a police officer a federal felony punishable by only life in prison or the death penalty. And for those of you who do not know Sergeant Steve Owen, he was a Los Angeles County Sheriff in the Antelope Valley, my district, a hero in our community, a family man, who was brutally murdered in broad daylight in the streets of Lancaster back in 2016 by a vicious criminal who was out on parole. Sergeant Steve Owen's death is unfortunately becoming a common story in this day and age, and in fact, in 2021, we saw a 60% increase in murder of law enforcement officers. This is due to the defund the police movement and soft on crime policies from elected officials from the far left, DAs who have been hired by Soros to be soft on violent criminals, and it's severely handicapped our police officers' ability to do their jobs and in some cases to go home safely at the end of their shift. So this bill, named in honor of Sergeant Steve Owens, is all too necessary right now as our police officers face increased rates of crime against them. And it's critical that we pass this legislation to ensure that our law enforcement officers have the protection necessary to do their jobs effectively and go home to their families. This should not be a tough bill to support for either Republicans or Democrats. The men and women who protect us every day deserve to know that we have their back. They give us a security blanket in our communities. As elected officials, we should give them a meaningful deterrence to any criminal who's willing to do them harm. We must do more to take care of our heroic law enforcement officers who put their lives on the line on a daily basis to keep our communities safe. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield a few minutes to my good friend John James from Michigan. We won't hold it against him as a West Point grad, but it's an honor to have you, and I yield to the gentleman from Michigan.
Roger, my brother. Go Army. It is in similar fashion that I approach this body out of respect for American life and our service members. Even as I watched the situation unfold in Sudan with shock nearly 2 weeks ago when rival forces started fighting in the streets of Khartoum. It caught our entire diplomatic establishment by surprise, despite the many risks of trying to get the Sudanese army, armed forces, and rapid support forces to integrate into one structure. The fighting's been relentless, and except for a brief window in which we withdrew our diplomats, every ceasefire has failed to truly hold. There are pockets of less violence today in Khartoum, but that's because thousands upon thousands have already fled the bloodshed. I want to commend the bravery of our brothers and sisters and their professionalism, those military service members who conducted a successful extraction of our embassy personnel, flying missions on Chinooks over 800 miles through the night and accomplished their mission flawlessly. It was a remarkable success. I'm glad that our diplomats are now out of harm's way, but there remains much, much, much more work to be done. Unfortunately, that work's not being conducted with the competency and urgency that the situation in Sudan demands. Congress was told thousands of American civilians are still in Sudan. But the Department of State, as this administration has shown a penchant to do, has left them behind to fend for themselves. This policy that is furthered by this administration not only leaves Americans abroad vulnerable, but targets to those who would hurt and kill us. This Department of State is proving time and time again that they are unable to perform their duties competently. And we must look into this as a body in Congress. Right now, the Department of State is unable to provide an update of how many Americans have contacted the Department for assistance. They either can't or they won't. In either case, they will be held to account. The Department of State refuses to be honest and transparent about the structure of the task force, the number of consular offices, answering the need of Americans on the ground, or to describe how those Americans waiting to get out are being assisted, besides updates on the next foreign flight or vessel. There are French planes assisting their citizens. There are Chinese ships assisting their citizens. And there is silence of the cries of American citizens in Sudan being ignored. In a world where we cannot shoot our way out of conflicts exclusively, we need our diplomats to show up. And with a plan, they will have the full support of Congress. You know, our president came to this chamber mere months ago and told us repeatedly that he wanted to finish the job. Well, it's not clear after seeing what's happening in Afghanistan and seeing what's happening in our borders and seeing what's happening in Sudan that he ever started the job to begin with. We need leadership of this body to stand up for American citizens when this administration will not. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. James. It's remarkable how quickly we forgot the lessons learned in Afghanistan, and when we see the situation in the Sudan from the Secretary of State, in this case Secretary of State Blinken, literally forget some of the lessons learned so quickly makes us wonder how many countries we are still vulnerable in as we move forward. I want to reflect on Afghanistan because it hasn't been that long, and yet I think many Americans have actually forgotten what has happened there. We made several key strategic errors, giving up Bagram Airfield, leaving our allies in Afghanistan in the lurch without any notification in the dead of the night, not handing operational control over from a State Department diplomatic mission in terms of an evacuation back to the DOD, and recognizing that we were, in fact, in a war-fighting scenario where operational control should have been handed to the Department of Defense. I think this is it was a demonstration of cabinet members under a weak administration not having the backbone to stand up and tell their boss, the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, that, boss, we have a problem, we need to be more proactive, we need to take a step back, rethink our strategy here, and we need to make sure that every single American comes home. And if you recall, we were actually bringing home American troops before we brought home American civilians in many of those cases. So with that, Mr. Chair, I want to thank you for the time, and I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Okay, this is far as it's going to go out. And there you go.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of 44th District Court Judge Jamie Wittenberg, who passed away last winter after a courageous 3-year battle with brain cancer. Elected in 2008, Jamie was one of the youngest judges ever to be elected in Oakland County, Michigan. A Huntington Woods native and longtime Berkeley resident, he attended Indiana University before graduating from Wayne State Law School, where he was a 2-time recipient of the Leonard Gilman Scholarship. He served the state of Michigan honorably as a prosecutor in both Wayne and Macomb counties prior to his election. During his many years on the bench, Judge Wittenberg doubled the size of the sobriety court and helped to establish a teen court, a diversion program to help keep juveniles out of the judicial system and build brighter futures. His family's world was upended over 3 years ago when he was diagnosed with glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. No matter how daunting a diagnosis, Judge Wittenberg never complained. He never complained. He faced his cancer head on by undergoing numerous surgeries, radiation, and chemotherapy. He remained in a state of ketosis. He far exceeded his original prognosis, handling a full court docket the entire time. Judge Wittenberg was a respected and admired jurist who was a fixture of our southeast Oakland County community in Michigan. He was a mentor to countless attorneys and respected by everyone who appeared before him in court, no matter what side of the issue they were on. He will be remembered as being deeply fair and compassionate. He is missed in our community. And this month, he would have celebrated his 49th birthday. In addition to his beloved wife, Stacy, Judge Wittenberg is survived by his 4 incredible daughters, Ariella, Talia, Brooke, and Maya, the lights of his life. He's survived by his parents, Molly and Howard, and his sister, Jody, and of course, his incredible brother, Robert Wittenberg, who was sworn in by Judge Wittenberg as the Oakland County Treasurer in just 2021. We know
his memory will be a blessing. May his memory be a blessing, and may we join together in this chamber to continue to push for a cure, to continue to push for investments and tackling the scourge that is glioblastoma. Thank you. And now, Mr. Speaker, I would like to shift focus. I rise in this Congress reflecting on the state of the U.S. industrial base, reflecting as a member of Congress from Michigan, as a member of Congress who represents Oakland County, as a member of Congress who lives in Oakland County, as a member of Congress who represents Automation Alley, as someone who represents the largest concentration of automotive suppliers, and certainly some of our automotive manufacturers, our original equipment manufacturers, as we like to call them, nearly every week I participate in a program. Since I got elected to Congress, I call it Manufacturing Monday, and I visit our small businesses, our small manufacturers, our mom and pop shops, often passed down from parent to child, manufacturers who have been through a whole lot, manufacturers who guided the passage of the USMCA, which was done before COVID ever entered our lexicon, to give the North American continent a fair shot at competing, a framework to compete, a framework to sell our goods internationally. Export channels are phenomenal. They lead to revenues. They lead to productivity. People want to buy American products throughout the world. They recognize our flag. They recognize our craftsmanship. But then in no short order, after we passed USMCA, renegotiating NAFTA, giving our manufacturers, giving our workers a leg up, of course, we were disrupted. We were disrupted by a global pandemic. And in this very chamber, you know, as members of Congress representing every zip code throughout this nation gathered to vote, gathered to respond to the charge of the time, people were tapping me on the shoulder. How are you doing this in Michigan so well? How are you responding to these supply chain disruptions? How do Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis, otherwise sometimes known as Chrysler, know how to immediately act to these supply chain disruptions, sourcing masks, producing ventilators, finding out who has the specs and who doesn't? We kept working. We kept making, and we stood up and we responded to the industrial call to action of this very nation, similar to how we did in the World War II era. It is in our very blood. And by the way, Michiganders, we are a northern state. Spring hits later than here in the mid-Atlantic, where the nation's capital resides. We're full of grit, we're full of toughness, and we have seen tough times, but we know how to rise through challenges, and we know how to stick to the knitting and stick to the good work, even when the times are easy. Now, Mr. Speaker, we find ourselves in a very unique and interesting moment, yet again on the springboard of the remarkable passage of the CHIPS and Science legislation that I was so proud to play a leading role in passing as the vice chair last term of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee and the subcommittee chair for research and technology. $52 billion for chips manufacturing. It's not a platitude. It's a real investment in industrial policy in this nation, because why? Why do we need to invest in chip manufacturing? We innovated the microchip. We innovated the company called Intel. The very late Gordon Moore, who we recently said goodbye to within the last 6 weeks, I believe, innovated that microchip alongside his fellow academics out in the western part of this nation. And at one point, we were making 40% of the chips, and then something happened. We got laissez-faire. We forgot about what it means to have an industrial base in this country, taking it for granted. So, of course, Mr. Speaker, when I served very proudly in the administration of President Barack Obama, when we were responding to the inherited crisis of the Great Recession and working on what was known as the auto rescue, the largest managed industrial bankruptcy in the history of this nation, of General Motors and then Chrysler, at the time selling 8-9 million cars globally a year. That's known as SAR, is the indicator. Unfathomable where we would be 12 years later, a dozen years later, at 16, 17 million SAR. But we were talking about semiconductors. We were focusing on semiconductors. We were focusing on the minerals, not just the trade relationships, but the need to double down on manufacturing policy in the United States of America. So some of you might know that President Obama created the White House Office of Manufacturing Policy. He created what was then called the National Network for Manufacturing Innovation, now known as Manufacturing USA, about a dozen institutes and various research concentrations that exist throughout this nation. One we boast in Michigan, known as LIFT. We're very proud of our friends at LIFT. Used to be focused very specifically on lightweight materials. Now they're in a variety of spaces and joined with the Composites Institute, doing R&D, doing workforce training, smaller scale. We must look bigger. I'm on the select committee, very proudly, serving under Chair Mr. Mike Gallagher, also from the Midwest, Wisconsin. Select Committee for Competitiveness with the Chinese Communist Party. We are so dependent. We are so dependent on foreign markets. We want to sell to those markets, but when a pandemic hits our shores and you can't get the masks and you can't get your manufacturing supply chains going because you outsourced it all, it's a wake-up moment. And it was a major wake-up moment for microchips and semiconductors in the United States of America. And all of a sudden, very brilliantly, this very body, our chamber, the House of Representatives, where all great ideas began, we put forward a bill in partnership with our colleagues in the other chamber, the Senate. It became the CHIPS and Science Bill, $52 billion. We'll talk about the number. But have we talked about of taxpayer spend? What is the return on that investment? It's a $52 billion spend over half a decade. But it's already signed into law in August of 2022. It is already begat $200 billion of private sector investment. This is absolutely remarkable and brilliant. We're seeing these amazing microchip factories come into places across this country, Ohio, Arizona. We have Hemlock in Michigan. The challenge isn't over. We can't manufacture fast enough. It's not a light switch, complex manufacturing. Fabricators for chips, you can't get a hair strand caught in them. You must suit up. You must be trained. You must be disciplined. We are focused on the workforce consideration, which is why I was delighted that my chipping in bill made it into the CHIPS and Science Act. $25 million to the National Science Foundation to invest in the workforce development and workforce training for chips manufacturing. This is cause for celebration. It is also cause for reflection, because this bill, in many respects, was a catch-up bill. We were catching up to where we needed to be. 40% of chips manufacturing in the 90s, down to 10, 12% in the 2020s. Tide rolls out, cars are sitting in parking lots, microelectronics industries going haywire, prices are going out of control, and then people are wondering about China and Taiwan and why we have to get all these chips from Taiwan and what happens with the national security ramifications of this. We can't move fast enough. So now, as we are doing the work on the competitiveness committee to lessen our reliance on the CCP and to recognize that the American way of doing business, the Western way of doing business through free markets in democratic nations, must continue to succeed as we inch our way not just into the quarter 21st century, but the mid-21st century, which will be here before we know it. So what is our charge? We understand the trade relationship. We understand that between 1985 and 2000, the U.S. trade deficit with China grew steadily from $6 billion to $83 billion, a trade deficit. The deficit ballooned after the Chinese Communist Party joined the World Trade Organization in 2001. It's standing at a very stratospheric level of $309 billion. When we look specifically at key industries, we see it here as well. I've already expounded on chips. We recognize there's still a weakness. We can't move fast enough. This is a call to action. I've briefly mentioned rare minerals, critical minerals. Somewhere between 85 and 92% of the refining capacity is taking place in China, is taking place on behalf of the CCP. We don't want to be overly reliant. We want to focus on our trade relationships and our strategy. I cannot tell you, through the hundreds of manufacturing visits I have made as a sitting member of this chamber, not going in with a fancy podium, not going in with the press. I've got 2 ears and a notepad and a member for my team, and we're establishing relationships, and sure, we're geeking out, and it's great to see the equipment in action. But there are supply chain vulnerabilities. There are supply chain gaps. We have gone through this with materials. Steel has gone haywire. We've tried to tariff. We're still paying high prices. We're glad that U.S. Steel is making money finally. But tariffs aren't going to be a comprehensive industrial policy for the United States of America. We have got to figure out how to strategically invest. We don't need to do it at the rate of our competitors who do everything, well, the one competitor, in this case, the CCP, that is top-down, that is autocratic, that is state-sponsored. We don't need to do it like that. We need to bring the private sector along. Sometimes these key stakeholders are begging for the table of collaboration. I saw this at the research institute that I worked in about a decade ago that was a part of that National Network for Manufacturing Innovation. Industrial Internet of Things, large data sets, bringing together competitor companies and research institutions and states to co-invest to get access to R&D. We have got to scale. That's what we have been doing. It's actually quite amazing. So now we ask ourselves, what is next? How are we going to build batteries in the United States of America? A small startup in my district, located in Troy, Michigan, called into cells, absolutely brilliant, making the batteries to go into the electric vehicle. Of course, that's what we mean now when we say battery. We think of the electric vehicle, the sustainability charge, absolutely brilliant. When every Democrat in this chamber, both House and Senate, joined together at the end of last year to pass, or towards the end of last term, to pass the Inflation Reduction Act. Can you believe it? If you look to last century, well, my goodness, you would never see the environmental groups and the automakers being on the same page, but they were on the same page with this one. Zero emissions, making the sustainable vehicle. We did the bipartisan infrastructure bill. See, those who sit on this side of the chamber can actually talk about our passage of the legislation. You know, they do thank us a lot on the CCP committee for chips and science. It was bipartisan, I'll give you that, but we could have gotten more. We didn't get any on IRA. We got a few on bipartisan infrastructure. I'm always delighted when we can work together in a bipartisan way, and I don't mock when we can't. These are the things that I am talking about that bring people together. Our manufacturing caucus with Mr. Joyce. We have a Democratic task force that I run with Whip Clyburn on manufacturing, doing and delivering and setting us up for success. Manufacturing is technology. Manufacturing is high tech. Manufacturing is software engineering. Manufacturing is computer numerical controls machines, computer-aided design. We're doing 2D and 3D, and we're doing the printing and all that other good stuff. But we need to get access to the materials. We need to figure out why we're behind on batteries and not blame each other and not blame the manufacturers who just want to build this stuff here. I want the jobs here. I want the union jobs here. I want the lithium to come through good sources that we have access to, so we're not just hanging and waiting and hoping that this comes in. Hydrogen is also a great opportunity for us. But here's the deal, folks. Fighting each other isn't going to change the reality that 80% of the manufacturing capacity of those batteries is done in China. It's not. But Intercells, who when I first met with them several years ago, their CEO, Sean, she said to me, Stevens, we got to make this here. We got to do this here. We are losing this race. Now, some of these whiz kids at the Stanford University that the chairman of the committee brought us to, they're working on the technology readiness. They're working on the technology indicators. Well, my automakers bring it to me. You know, who's doing what? Where are we in the spectrum? Here's where the U.S. is with the EU and the CCP and on. You know, we're also very excited and energized by our trade partnership with India and what that might mean, democracies working together. I happen to represent a very large concentration of Indian Americans who came to this nation by Ford, primarily to engineer, to help work on the autos. This is exciting. Let's continue to bring in high-skilled talent. Mr. Durbin has a bill. We would like to get this done. We can't be operating off of 20th century immigration policies as we try and function and compete in the 21st century. So some are chasing the glitz and glamour that comes with the job. I get it. They want attention. They want to raise dollars. I'm not, out here to attack anyone specifically. But our work, it's not just profound and tied to the great history of this very chamber and this institution and all the things we need to do. Oh no, Mr. Speaker. It is tied to the very charge of this century that we exist in, which is renovating our systems, focusing on the functionality and efficiency of government to best serve its stakeholders, the voter and the constituent. Period, end of story. Well, it's a heap, all right? We've got healthcare entanglements and bureaucracies that we need to address. We've got infrastructure challenges ongoing that, again, a bipartisan infrastructure bill, which was catching us up to work on, fixing roads. Governor Whitmer in Michigan, highly focused on this. Lead in the pipes. I've got pipe challenges in Oakland County, Michigan. I've got Royal Oak Township that has water costs through the roof. I've got Pontiac that had, power outages like the rest of the county from trees that we decided not to trim. Pontiac to West Bloomfield. Oh, we got power outages for weeks on end in the innovation capital of the Midwest. So we gotta do the nitty-gritty, right? We gotta roll up our sleeves and do this stuff. And I say this with all due respect, Mr. Speaker, that isn't always sexy, but makes us work better. Then we can get in, and we will, and we are focusing, and we're not gonna wait. We parallel track our charge, we parallel track our effort, because artificial intelligence is here. Artificial intelligence, well, this is maybe in part why I have a master's in philosophy and social policy, because it is raising unbelievable philosophical questions, artificial intelligence. And it's not these gimmick podcasts that are just talking about falling in love with a robot or your kids doing homework with the AI chat. That's all interesting and disruptive. No, this is about systems. This is about systems of artificial intelligence in our Defense Department, in our hospitals, that are making decisions about our everyday life. We need trust. As the vice chair of the Science Committee, I chaired a hearing on artificial intelligence and bias. That is one leg of this. A regulatory framework would help. Continuing to invest would help. Continuing to lead, as we have in the United States of America, brilliantly, because we have the talent. We want the talent. We are in a global race for talent. Our universities of all stripes are really wonderful places to learn, educate, receive the higher education, climb that ladder, produce that original research, change the world. That's the only way we're going to succeed. You know, we measure ourselves by sometimes how many PhDs we have. How many people get to stay in America after they get that PhD, right? What are we losing out on because we haven't reformed? All right. I've talked about the materials, right? I've talked about steel. I want to mention aluminum. We're very proud of both industries. We want to have more here in America. We want to be strong on the materials front. And we also want to continue to work on advancing our charges in the composite space. I'm also the originator of the House Plastic Solutions Task Force. All right. Now, people get obsessed with the bottles. And the bottles are, need to be recycled. But plastic is in everything. It's in your clothes, it's in your shoes, it's in the chairs. We've got to think about better technologies to reuse. Interestingly, as my manufacturers in Michigan have Reman, and I've introduced legislation called Reman Day to salute their work and continue to encourage it. They're not really, there's no incentive to remanufacture your steel or your aluminum, but many companies see a bottom line with it. It's great. Well, those in the plastics sector, from my chemical manufacturers to my back-end manufacturers, are saying, we want to reuse this plastic. Plastic comes from oil, folks. We don't want to just keep sourcing that way. We can reuse. And we've got companies, startups, innovators who are helping us better recycle plastic, but we've also could look for other composites. I don't really think banning plastic straws and drinking out of plastic cups with plastic lids is solving the meta challenge. But I would be keen to the conversation of which we've entered into in this body of thinking through a limitation of single-use plastics for better recycling. By the way, there's other composites, there's other materials we can use. Forvia, which is in my district, an auto supplier, is trying to minimize the plastic in the interior of the car. Breathe healthier is kind of what they call it. Well, they're using hemp. I'm not knocking anyone. I'm just simply looking at solutions for us. And I have introduced the last 2 terms in the Congress a plastics recycling technology bill that has really been bipartisan, and Mr. Troy Balderson has joined with me in that bill in the past, and we have worked on that in the Science Committee, and that's a great start, because in some ways we're naive to think about the durability and plastics going into all our food and plastics going into all our equipment and our cell phones and our medical tests and things like that. But we've got to think forward in terms of how we're going to succeed. Here are some other bills that we would like to support in this chamber. I would like to implore the support of my colleagues on. Passing the Manufacturing Guard Act. The Manufacturing Guard Act is a bill to shore up our supply chains and prevent future emergency disruptions. Some, when COVID hit our shores, were kind of saying, well, this is like, a weather event that has disrupted a part of the world. Well, no, that wasn't a weather event. It was a global challenge, and it was a sustained disruption. Cybersecurity attacks are the same way. Tsunamis are a part of this. So we've got to better prepare. So, a bill I introduced last Congress alongside Mr. Boulderson, Senators Coons, Rubio, Hassan, and Cornyn, would establish an Office of Supply Chain Preparedness in that we've gotten chips and science done. So they're cooking up a great team at Commerce under the great leadership of Secretary Gina Raimondo, who I would like to salute for her great effort and dedication to passing chips and science. And I fully believe that the Commerce Department could house such a supply chain preparedness office working cohesively with the Department of Homeland Security, and Mr. Richie Torres has a like bill along these lines, of which I endorse. Members of the manufacturing guard that would advise the supply chain office would run simulations, would test our systems. Where are we weak? Where do we need to implement technologies for supply chain visibility, right? We don't know what's always around the corner. We don't need to be afraid. Truman's wise words, America was not built on fear. America was built on courage, determination, and the willingness to do the job at hand. This is our American moment, industrial policy for the 21st century. Of course, another bill that I would like to encourage my colleagues to support is the Promoting Digital Privacy Technologies Act. This is a great bill utilizing the National Institute of Standards and Technology, which we reauthorized and plussed up in chips and science and gave more energy to. By the way, NIST is playing a huge role in the Chips and Science Act. And my Privacy Enhancing Technologies bill is going to direct the NSF to support competitive fundamental research on privacy-enhancing technologies. It's going to direct NIST to facilitate the development of standards and best practices for the integration of what we call PETs, privacy-enhancing technologies, in the public and private sector to ensure that Americans continue to reap the rewards of data analysis while also protecting their most sensitive information. See, we don't need to jump in on hyper-regulation, but we can use federal agencies like NIST and NSF, as we have seen them do since their origin, to serve as trustworthy and good partners with stakeholders from academia, industry, and the general public. We also have a great bill called the Shifting Forward Vehicles Technology Research and Development Act. It's a total mouthful, but it's a great bill. And I introduced it last Congress alongside my colleague from Michigan, Congresswoman Debbie Dingell. And that bill reauthorizes the Advanced Vehicle Technologies Program for R&D at the Department of Energy. I don't like to skip over that the Chips and Science bill that was passed and signed into law did a lot of great things for DOE. And we're seeing a lot of nice manufacturing partnerships and engagements with the Department of Energy throughout this country. We also are seeing the Department of Energy being exercised as a critical part of the bipartisan infrastructure law. You know, some of these early stage grants that are going out for cells, batteries, and hydrogen in the hydrogen hubs. But my Vehicle Technologies Research and Development Act supports research for improving vehicle batteries for extremely fast charging and wireless charging capabilities and efficiencies to lower costs, exploring efficient use, substitution, and recycling of critical materials. Here we go again. Technology for recycling. Thinking about how we can use that approach for access to rare earth minerals or precious metals that are at risk of supply chain disruption. Testing advanced battery safety protection systems for high voltage power and heat and on. Mr. Speaker, we know we've got to make a move on quantum. Quantum bills, there's a kind of a nice package cooking out in the Science Committee. And I'm proud to share that in the last month, I have served as the co-author for 2 quantum bills. The Quantum Sandbox for Near-Term Applications Act, which I have done with my colleague, Mr. Obernolte, to establish a quantum sandbox through public-private partnerships focused on quantum applications and development for the acceleration of this technology. Supercomputers, quantum. We're always in a race with the CCP on who has the fastest supercomputer. Well, quantum has arrived. Quantum, like AI, and like the supercomputers before it, very expensive to run, very cumbersome, very costly. You know, how far does this go and how fast does it go? But we want to have these technologies here. This is why in Chips and Science, we encourage the National Science Foundation. Well, we said to the National Science Foundation, you are now going to create a new directorate, Technology, Innovation, and Partnerships. All right? It's all in this vein. I actually heard this from the Senate Majority Leader, Mr. Schumer. He said, we want to be leading in quantum. Quantum in Practice Act, which includes quantum molecular simulations and modeling in the National Quantum Initiative Act. That is my other bill. The Science Committee is absolutely on the brink of taking up a reauthorization of the National Quantum Initiative Act to support and expand quantum information science and technology research. It is a critical technology for the U.S. to remain a global leader on. I've got a few closing points, Mr. Speaker. One is a note of braggadocious. I boast in the great state of Michigan, the 10th largest state in the Union, geographically the largest state east of the Mississippi, the most number of FIRST robotic teams in the Union. We are engaging our students with the industry of the future. We are building, we are making, we are doing exciting workforce development. Those students are going on to skilled trades. Those students are going on to engineering. Those students are going on to communications to help us compete in these industries of the future. We must invest and lead in the development of the next generation of vehicles. That is what we are working on. We must have a robust investment in manufacturing and tech. And I say investment as strategy. We have to do these things to win the future. And most assuredly, we will do from the place that I call home, Michigan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Does the gentlelady have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.